doing meetings. So we got a few things, a couple of administrative items on the couple of legislative items. Let's go through some of the administrative items. See. We'll see Felix. Oh, there he is. He wants to.
That'd be great. While he's coming up, Chair, do you mind if I introduce our two new planning commissioners? And that, so we have Don Stefanik. He's a new planning commissioner that came from the Valley. And we went through and did training with him and with Janet Wampler. She's our new planning commissioner as well. I think they're going to be a great addition to our team. They're very up to date on a lot of things, and they've been in a lot of public meetings before, so they're kind of aware of what's going on. And I don't know if they'd like to see anything, but I just wanted you to be aware of that. And then Jeff Burton was reappointed. So
Anything?
There we go. Hi, Janet Wampler. I've been a full-time Valley resident for just shy of 8 years. So I'm excited about the opportunity to serve our community and hope I can ease some of these growing pains and community relations. I just want to go ahead and put it out there. I'm not sure where in the agenda I might do this, so I'll just do this now. And that is that while I personally am not an investor or have any financial gain from anything with Wolf Creek, I do have a family member that is. And so in the respect of full transparency, when it comes to Wolf Creek, I will just recuse and exit myself out. So
Awesome. Thank you. Commissioner.
Stefanik, yeah, it'll take a little practice.
Yeah.
Don Stefanik. Lived in the Valley for 16 years. And I am currently a resident of Trappers Ridge in Eden and the president of the HOA in that, and also serve on the board of the Master Homeowners Association. And finally landed here without bruising myself. Thank you.
Well, welcome. We don't. So it's kind of a fun experience. We don't have any. We don't get to know. We don't see who applies. We don't know. We just get new friends to be a part of.
And Chair Schuman, just like to thank Shanna Francis for all the work that she's done. She has been served and done a great job on the Planning Commission as well. So just like to give a little shout out there.
Yes, Shanna. Thank you, Commissioner or Shanna and Commissioner Francis. Yes. Okay.
I'd like to echo that. Welcome to the new planning commissioners, and also thanks Shanna Francis for the valuable service you provide for all those years. So yeah, Hidden Brook Subdivision, consisting of 8 lots. This is something that is considered a standard subdivision in the Forest Valley 3 zone. And each lot is verified to make sure it meets those minimum development standards for the area. That's just kind of the general review. We also looked at some of the accompanying documents that came with the subdivision application, like the service letters from the districts, and also the geologic and geotechnical work that was done on the property. We also wanted to verify that they have emergency ingress, egress in case they need to, being that this is a terminal street in at this time, and just to kind of satisfy those safety requirements that are applicable. And yeah, this is a development that's just up the hill from another development called Osprey Ranch. That's going to be on the agenda tonight too. But yeah, there's definitely some activity going up here on the hillside. It's a definitely nice area that overlooks onto the Pine View area and some of the open farmland in the Eden and Liberty area. But any questions that I'd be happy to answer, and anything that came up in the report that you needed some clarification on, I'd be happy to answer that.
I don't.
So on those, Felix, I did see that on this, they haven't added the notes yet, but there were a number of like, hey, these notes have to get on the plat, right? And so that's just prior to recordation, just to be clear.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have any, I guess we'll move on to the next item unless there's other comments or questions from the commissioners. All right, thanks, Felix.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I've got a couple of projects on the agenda. Are we going in order, I guess?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Bright Acres Subdivision. This came before you back in May for preliminary approval. And I believe the sole concern was an abandoned irrigation line. According to the developer, the irrigation line had been abandoned for some time and actually was in disrepair. And the concern from the Planning Commission was to verify that it was in fact no longer in use. Where the applicant had a little bit of trouble getting everyone, all of the neighbors to sign off on the lack of use for this line, he did decide to relocate the line in case it does get used again, and he shows an easement on his final plat for that. Do you have any questions for me regarding this one?
Is that easement shown?
It is shown between, I believe it's lots. Let me look at the plat here. Yeah, it's between lots 2 and 3. That's what should be in the staff report.
That hashed area?
It is, yes.
Thanks.
Mhm.
They also had a trail easement, right, for future trail.
Correct. They've got a 12-foot wide trail easement that's shown on there along the southern boundary of lots 3 and 4. That was part of their access exception approval previously.
Okay. Well,
Sure. Okay, the next one is Osprey Ranch. This is coming before you for preliminary approval. This is a 2-phase subdivision, but we're just bringing phase 1 before you tonight. It consists of 31 lots, about 238 acres, public roadway, trails, a couple of common area spaces, and the developer has agreed to dedicate to the county 2 to 3 acres for a trailhead right there along Highway 158 to access that. Water will be serviced by, or will be provided by Nordic Mountain Water. In their will serve letter, I want to point out that they have allowed for the developer or the property owners to use a portion of that culinary water for landscape irrigation up to 5,000 square feet. So that fulfills their secondary water requirement. We typically, at least until a secondary service provider is available in that area, that was their stipulation. Typically, where we've got some limited or restricted landscaping, if it's the culinary water provider that has set those restrictions, we rely on them to enforce that. Otherwise, we would record I'm trying to remember the name of the document. We do record a notice with the subdivision that limits the landscaping allowed because of the water. Sanitary sewer will be provided by Wolf Creek Water and Sewer. Sorry.
clarification.
Yes.
You will put that or you won't.
Well, so there is a stipulation in our land use code, okay, where if the developer agrees to keep everything native, minimal disturbance to the area, then we record that notice to the subdivision. If the culinary water provider has allowed for some of their water to be used for landscape purposes, we rely on that culinary water provider to enforce that restriction.
Hi.
Congratulations. I just wanted to chime in that I think both of those are great ideas, and we're actually going to do both. So we're recording in our CCRs limited exterior landscaping so that we get the result we're looking for, just like we've done for bridges and other places. Plus, the provider has already said you can have it. So we can have it, and we're also going to restrict it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And I will add, as John had mentioned, there will be an HOA as well to help enforce that, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Can you refresh my memory on something?
Yes. Mhm.
I think we're looking at something in Nordic Valley that was going to be held in its natural state. So no new plantings could take place. We had a discussion about what if they come up with some water for the new plantings? And we have this recorded thing that says you can only have native vegetation, you can't do a new planting, but now the person has the water. What's the procedure that will be followed then?
As far as how to undo that recorded document that limits their landscaping?
Yes.
Scott Perks is going to speak to that.
Sorry, Commissioner, I remember this. This was my project. This is called Asgard Heights. It was a subdivision, 6-lot subdivision over by Nordic. It would be a simple process of just recording a new document on title to expunge that prior one. So if they bring more water to their lot or to the subdivision, then we could record something new to allow for more irrigation and planting.
Okay, does the recorded restriction have verbiage to the effect that until such time as secondary water is approved or provided?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we could look to see. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have something to that effect.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. My apologies. I wasn't part of that discussion. Any other questions?
I just want to clarify that I understand what was just said. So according to the code, basically, the people who provide or have agreed to provide either culinary or secondary get to stipulate, I guess, the irrigation. Am I
They
using the right
can.
terms? And so what Mr. Lewis just said was that while they have it, the developers are going to go ahead and put in regulations. Like, so are we doing native plants? Is that what the plan is for that development?
My understanding is the developer will still restrict some landscaping.
In like a recorded CCNR.
Yes. Any other questions, commissioners?
Chair Schuman, on this item, there's been a lot of emails that have came in to our office talking about the water and sewer study that was presented up in the Ogden Valley a week ago. And some of the things that is being said is not exactly what was represented by Weaver Basin Water. So what we're planning on doing is having a joint work session with you and the county commission and inviting Weaver Basin and Scott Paxman to that, just to clarify some things. We wanted to make sure your schedule was available, and what we've worked out thus far with the commissioners is the 23rd at 3:30 to 4:30, and then we can jump into our other meeting after that. Would that work into your schedule?
First, I could make that. Yeah, I'm good too.
Okay.
Should be open. I should be available.
We got 3.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. We got a quorum. Yeah. Okay. We just want to make sure that what was represented from Scott, and that is exactly what you've been seeing. And I know that you've received a lot of emails on different things, and I'm glad you haven't replied to some of those because those are administrative items. And it's important that you don't have communication outside on administrative items because that's ex parte communication and that can recuse you from voting. So I appreciate that when you see those things come across.
Commissioner, I also I did call Scott Paxman as well to get an understanding, not of Osprey, because I didn't want to have an ex parte conversation, but I did want to understand what did that mean, and I think that'd be great for him to come. He was also expressing, because I wanted to make sure, seeing those emails, that we were doing what was right as a planning commission, and so I did call, and he assured me it was different than what I was reading, and that he would be willing to come and share and help describe how that was different. So.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I attended the meeting. It's at the elementary school. And then also listened to the presentation to the commissioners. And I think it'd be great to get clarification. So, yeah. Okay. Let's see. We got 3:30. You'll have to put off your tea. Oh, okay. Sweet. Yeah. All right. Do we have any other questions or comments on the Osprey?
No, but I did want to ask you if that meeting was going to be open to the public.
Definitely. Yeah, that will definitely be open to the public. And we were trying to speed it up, and we were trying to have it on the 16th, but the problem is in this building, we have elections that have scheduled this area, so we couldn't do it on the 16th. We were trying to find another venue where we could do it, and we were thinking of taking it up to the valley, but the problem with when we take it up to the valley, the Zoom link doesn't work that great, and actually the Zoom link's not working that great right now, but it's working better than it did at the water and sewer meeting, because at the water and sewer meeting, we couldn't get the Zoom to interface with the audio or the microphones in the school system. And so it really created a bit of problem, and we put it out on there, and it's you can listen to it, but you have to struggle to hear what's going on. And so I think in the future, we want to be able to get the right Zoom links. And so that's why we're shooting for the 23rd instead of the 16th, because that we're available to have in the chambers here.
And I wanted to finish by saying that the emails that I spent considerable time reading this afternoon, as I'm sure most of you did show that there's considerable misunderstanding between the study and comments that are being made online and through other means of communication.
And that's just what we want to get clarified, so that it's out there and the right information is available. So that's what the 23rd is all about.
Okay. Thank you. Well, with that, we have a couple of legislative items. We have just a minute here. Do we have any questions or comments from the Planning Commission for the pre-meeting?
Commissioners, this is Steve Burton.
Okay.
I'm prepared to walk you through those legislative items when the time comes.
Steve will be giving us those. It's two legislative items, which look forward to those. Give it a couple minutes, I guess, and then we'll get started.
I can't remember which planning commission I spoke to about this, but if you would like to go to the Utah APA conference this fall, please get a hold of me or June, and we can get you guys scheduled for that. So, just FYI. Can't remember if I brought it up to you or Western Weber or both, but I just want to make sure I covered my bases.
What is the APA conference?
It's-
APWA.
Thank you. It's the Utah Chapter, American Association of Planners, and there's a lot of valuable information that's there on, how to read code, how to conduct yourself in public meetings, how development should occur, and it just is some really good training that's available out there for you. And then, as you know, we send one of you planning commissioners each year to the National Planning Conference in the spring for some training as well. So, and we just take them in the order they come up on the list. So,
Thank you.
I have a quick question or comment. I was wondering, with regard to the many emails we all received today, is there some sort of boilerplate or legal agreed upon language we can do in the form of a response, where maybe the resident can understand that they did, their email was received, but as the item they were talking about is an administrative item, no commissioner is allowed to respond, something along the lines of basically your comments have been received, but we cannot respond.
yeah, oftentimes I will do that, but with this amount that's came in, I wanted to make that announcement in this meeting, so those in Zoom and in the public were aware of that. Okay.
All right, well, it's 5 o'clock. I would like to call the meeting of the Ogden Valley Planning Commission to order. It is August 2nd, 2022. With that, will the audience please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, let the record indicate that all planning commissioner members are in attendance. We have some, commissioners, we're considering the approval of the minutes dated May 24th, 2022 and June 7th, 2022. There have not been any submitted corrections. If I don't hear any, then I will approve the minutes as amended.
I have one.
Okay.
It relates to me on Osprey. It said I wasn't sure why I recused myself, and I'll do the same again tonight. That wasn't a personal.
This is on the minutes?
This is on the minutes. So it's on the
Which
past.
date? This June 7th or May 24th?
May 24th minutes.
Okay.
May 24th. It's on page 2 at the top. This is not a personal purchase. This was a business purchase, and I recused myself knowing that it could be in conflict. It states here it may or may not be. I knew there was. So I just want to make that correction.
I'm sorry, help me find this here.
Top of page 2.
Okay.
Page 2 of the minutes of May 24th. Actually, if we jump back, this is where our legal counsel had a personal conflict of interest. He suggested that the commissioner recuse himself from voting on the matter and excuse himself from the meeting. Sorry, let's jump back up. I highlighted. Who's different? Rick? In these minutes, it does say that I wasn't sure. Just want to make that clarification. So I'd have to pull out the minutes in my bag.
We can go through and find that.
I know I can pull it out, but it's behind me.
Are there any other corrections? Okay. With that, with the correction stated on May 24th, where Commissioner Johnson wants to correct that he was sure that it was a conflict of interest, that is corrected. They'll approve the rest of it. Okay. All right, commissioners, we need to vote for a new vice chair. As far as my understanding of vice chair is when the chair is unable to attend, the vice chair runs through the agenda. So, do we have any nominations?
I'll nominate Commissioner Burton.
On the nomination, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Do we have any other nominations? All right, all in favor for Commissioner Burton as the new vice chair?
Aye.
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 All right, looks like you are the new vice chair.
Just make sure you're here.
I can feel the cold. All right, all right, okay. Okay, so moving on, we're going to go to line item 3, which is administrative items. And before we get started, I'd love to have, we're going to do this a couple times tonight, but in an overview. Well, let me clarify back up. There's some things we need to go over with the Zoom link. Marta let me know that we're having issues with the audio, and we're having a hard time hearing those on the Zoom call communicating to us here in the room. And so what we would like to ask is that those online, if they have a question, if they raise their hand, and then we'll call on them if they'll type it in the chat, and then we'll try and address the question that way, due to the audio issues. So, Rick, did I get that right? That's what we want to do there?
Yeah, that would be during the public hearing items.
Yes, during any of the public hearing items. Okay, so with that being said, online, there's some issues with audio, so we're going to ask that it be typed in. And then we're moving to line item 3, which are administrative items. And again, we're going to go over this a few times, but Rick, would you please go over administrative item? And then also, please clarify preliminary and final.
Yes. So on administrative items, you as the planning commission, you can choose to take public comment, but you're not required to. What you're looking at on administrative items is if they're meeting code, and if they are meeting code, or if they're not meeting code. That's your responsibility and your obligation. If you want to open it up for public comment, you can, but it's not required. On the legislative items that are noticed for a public hearing, you are required to have a public hearing. On those, you will make a motion to open the public hearing and then to close the public hearing. That's on the 2 legislative items that's on the agenda. But the first 3 items on the agenda are administrative, and that's solely up to you if you choose to take public comment or if you don't. You're not required to. And then what was your other question?
Final and preliminary.
So on final approval, that's looking at more the technical things. Preliminary is just looking at the generalities and making sure that they're meeting code. But when it comes back for final, they're looking at all the details associated with that. And then you would be making a recommendation to the county commission for final approval. And then before it can go before the county commission for final approval, they'll have to submit their improvement drawings and escrow and have all the financial guarantees in place prior to final approval.
Thank you. Okay, do any of the planning commissioners have any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications to declare for any items on today's agenda?
I'll be recusing from Osprey Ranch, as because my company purchased a lot in Osprey.
Thank you. Please help me remember that we need to have you recuse yourself.
I'll remember this time.
Thank you.
And then I think there's an item on the work session. I think that's a Wolf Creek item, if I'm reading right. And if that's the case, then I will be recusing from that.
Okay. Thank you.
I will recuse myself as it pertains to the Osprey discussion, because prior to my appointment to this committee, prior to my appointment to this committee, I've had numerous discussions with John and Shane regarding their activities at Osprey.
Okay. Thank you. note that. Please help me to remember. When we do these recusals, we ask that you actually leave the room. And we have a little room over here. Okay.
Let me ask you and the rest of the commission, given that separation of weeks, months, do you feel it's necessary that I recuse myself?
It would depend on the nature of your discussions, I think makes a big difference. And correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, I would say that the nature of the discussions, the timelines, that kind of thing make a big difference. And then just for the best practice would be to just do it if you have any question. That would be.
Yeah, typically it's if you have any financial gain associated with that, or that your vote could be swayed based upon your discussion that you had, and kind of look at those lines. And Cortland, you may want to add something on that, but those are some of the main things.
It often depends on whether it's an administrative item or a legislative item, because with legislative items, there's so much more, I guess, much less of a reason to recuse yourself. With administrative items, that is typically more restricted in terms of discussions and such. Also, the fact that you were not a planning commission member at the time, I agree with what was stated about the nature and the detail of the discussions, I guess. Really, the standard is it on an administrative item, are you going to be swayed so that you cannot be partial, or that you cannot be impartial, I'm sorry, in your decision making and in your voting. So yeah, I agree with what the others have said. And if there's any question, the procedure is for the planning commission members to vote. And that's a situation where all planning commissioners should take it seriously, and there should be never any offense taken by a member if the others vote that the member should recuse because of a conflict of interest. That's not a personal offense or anything like that. It's just looking at the situation. Can we be completely impartial in our decision making?
Speaking for myself, I believe I could be, but if everyone would be more comfortable with me exiting the room during that period of time, I will.
I think that in this is a fairly something that probably has a lot of emotion involved, so we probably should.
Done.
All right. And then that does beg some questions that I had regarding work sessions and recusals. Can we clarify that a little bit? Is it kind of the same procedure? Do we vote as a group, or is there
The procedure would be the same. If there is a conflict of interest, the member should recuse himself or herself from any discussion, even if there's not going to be a vote. So if it's a work session item, that could have the same potential need for a recusal. A lot of work session items tend to be for legislative items, and if it is a legislative item, again, there's usually much less of a need for a recusal. But if there happens to be, for instance, an administrative item on a work session, then that could lead to that need for that.
all right? Well, looks like we don't have any recusals for line item 3.1. With that, we'll look to Felix and we'll get started.
Thank you, guys, commissioners. Up on our screen, I have a quick presentation, and we have the developer, Mr. I'm sorry, my mind just went blank on his name. Mr. Brandon Janis, and the developer with us today. the audience if there's more questions for him or I, I'd be happy to answer those. So just kind of a general, just to kind of get your bearings on the location. Here you can see the aerial image. It shows the area in red highlighted is the location of Hidden Brook. This is a development that is a continuation from a private road called Big Sky. There's a development up there toward the Nordic area, Big Sky Drive, and the road particularly that they'll be connecting to and improving from is called 2050 North Street. And you can see that on the proposal there. As you can see, there's 8 lots that are part of this. Each of these lots meets the standard for the Forest Valley 3 zone. I'm going to continue to the next slide to show a little more detail. Here's the first page of the dedication plat that includes the signature lines and some notes that pertain to documents that are applicable to this development, as well as notes and any restrictions that might come into play. Here's the map showing the lot layout and the private street, 2050 North, and where it terminates at the end. From this plat, you can also see there's some areas that are preserved as sensitive lands. There's a stream that runs through there. There's a setback area that is a no-build area. Each lot has a building area set as well as public utility easement areas. Lots 7N, 6N, and 5N are encumbered by a QMS zone. So there's a note on the plat that pertains directly to those 3 lots where when a lot buyer is ready to build, there's additional studies required. And so that's clearly stated on the plat and indicated on the lot numbers. Some of the standards to consider at this point, where Hidden Brook is requesting final approval. The preliminary conditions of approval that carried from the last meeting, those were addressed in the staff report. And I can touch on each one of those individually, or if you had questions on how those specifically were met, we can work through those as well. Here is the emergency egress for where that road stubs on the eastern edge of Hidden Brook. There's proposed to be basically just a small access road for emergency use. Planning Division thought this was important due to this being a terminal road with no way out, and we highly recommended that this be shown on the plat. Let me go back to I'm going to zoom in a little bit and show you kind of where it is. Going as far as I can. Might be kind of hard to tell, but you can see we're at the end of the road. You can see the temporary turnaround easement, but then continuing along the south edge, you have the emergency access easement, and that's a 30-foot access easement.
What is the finish of that? Does the county have a code when you're looking at, well, I don't know if you call it an EVA or an ESA, but what's the county? They have a code when it comes to EVAs or ESAs?
You know, I'm not familiar with exactly those requirements.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can look that up and find that out. I've also included the engineer drawings. They've got a cross-section of the private road here. They're proposing a gravel shoulder, surface course, street width, 24 feet with some shoulders. within a 50-foot public right-of-way. Here's showing the grade of the road in. This also shows the road and some of the stormwater detention areas.
Did you say this is going to be a county road or is this a private road?
This is a private road. Yes. There's another detail showing how the detention ponds are designed. Kind of an overview showing the topography. Just a quick note here, lot 6, where it says lot 6R, that's no longer part of this development plan. That'll come in as a single lot subdivision at some future date. It's a property owned by the Becksteads that, considering that they were accessing from Big Sky Drive, Planning Division thought it'd be better if they come in separately from this development because there are some limitations in the code that limit development from Big Sky Drive, particularly in this instance.
Point of clarification, Felix. You're talking here about positive recommendations. Isn't that, so are we giving a positive recommendation or are we approving a final plot?
So it'd be a positive recommendation to the county commission.
Isn't that for legislative actions? Looking at these other administratives that are finals that say,
This would just be administrative. Preliminary and final subdivision approval is administrative actions.
meaning,
You're just looking at the code, making sure that it complies with code. The two other items that you're looking at this evening are development agreements, and those are legislative items. So
so this one would not be a positive recommendation.
you would be giving a positive recommendation for preliminary subdivision approval. And you'd be basically be saying, yes, it does meet the Weber County Code in regards to the subdivision, preliminary subdivision ordinance requirements. And you would be giving positive approval to that. And then you can also put findings with that that Felix has indicated in the staff report.
Just a quick correction. This is a request for final subdivision.
Yeah, preliminary or final, you're giving a positive recommendation, or you can give a negative recommendation saying that it's not meeting county code.
So to clarify, the county commission has the final say.
Yes, they do on final approval, but preliminary approval, you are the say on that one.
Okay, so everybody's trying to get to this final approval stage, and hopefully we'll get a positive recommendation. The county commission can take a positive recommendation and deny it, or they can take a negative recommendation and approve it.
They could, but typically when you're making those findings for a positive recommendation, you are saying that it is meeting code or it is not meeting the code. And so if it goes before the county commission and they're changing an approval, they have to show that an error was made by the planning commission in reviewing the code.
Correct, yeah. Thank you.
So this is the last slide here. Just kind of covers our recommendation as planning staff. Recommendation to give a positive recommendation for final approval of Hidden Brook Estates. And there's two conditions that are written into the report. And in light of some comments that were received from Cortland Erickson regarding the dedication language and the county commission signature block, I added that third condition in. I'll read it aloud. The dedication language is corrected to state that the roads are private, and the county commission signature block is corrected to remove the reference to public road dedication.
Where's that at, Felix?
It's not in the packet. So that's a clarification that he's making. right? So in any motions, that would need to be noted.
Yeah.
Sure thing, yes. So if you'd like, I can read all three or just the, okay.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? Please, Commissioner.
I just had a question about some of the information in the packet. So they will not have secondary water? Is that?
No, the Nordic Mountain Water does not provide secondary water. And so that's where we have an avenue for the development to use basically a restrictive covenant that'll be recorded, also a plat note. And what it does is it basically says that the development, all the landscaping in the area is going to remain the native wild vegetation. There is still some requirements for noxious weeds that they need to take care of those, things like that. If in the future, if they're able to obtain secondary water somehow, then that covenant can actually be released and then we would revisit that option of having landscaping. But in this case, for today's purposes, we're looking at having that restricted covenant in place.
So just making sure that I understand. So that means that obviously they'll need to take down whatever they need to do to be able to put their road and the building plots and things like that. But then outside of that, no landscaping, no.
No, well, you could do like xeriscaping, and you could spread like native seed that would revegetate the area, but it would not require irrigation.
Okay.
Commissioner Johnson, did you have a comment?
That answered it. That answered it as far as they could put down native seed for disturbance of soil to not have erosion, but this wouldn't be allowed to have irrigation that would take 3, 4, 5 years to come back instead of 1 or 2 if you were to do temp irrigation.
Yes, that's right.
Is there any other questions or comments? Felix, is the applicant, I believe you said he was here.
Yes.
Would he like to say anything?
Brandon Janice, yes.
You good? Okay. All right.
Did you have a comment regarding the emergency access that you wanted added? Because I don't see that in the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, if there is, if that's something that the Planning Commission is recommending, I think it's a good idea to have maybe the emergency access. It's already depicted as an access to emergency access easement.
Could you show us what the emergency access we're talking about? Yeah, we kind of talked about that briefly.
Yes. I mean, that's as far as it'll let me zoom in, but
okay.
It might be a little hard to see the emergency access easement there. They're on that southeast corner of the.
Where would that exit to?
So it would exit to Osprey Ranch.
So so that would be conditional that whether or not Osprey Ranch would be approved and whether or not they would even allow that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is fire, they want to see this emergency access? Is that a request?
I think it's the requirement came from. Did it come from the? I'm trying to remember where it came from.
Because if they have a turnaround, it would only be in the event that they couldn't evacuate. Right?
I thought I was gonna have like a crash bar on it for emergency.
I did see that at Osprey, right?
Yeah, so and that would be right here.
They're showing that coming through here.
So we're the county planning office is asking for that connection. just because it's right there by a subdivision that's being developed at the exact same time. It just makes sense to ask for that to be an emergency egress in case we need one, because we've got so many private dead end substandard streets up in this area. We figured it would make sense to have just in case we needed it. That's why we're asking for it.
What kind of access is this year round? Is this summer access? What are you guys asking for?
It would be year round.
So you're asking that to be maintained and with snow removal and all of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you wanted to put that in there, you would need to include that in your motion on page 4 of the staff report.
I've seen those done. A lot of times engineering is going to have a big say on how steep that is, how hard it is to, on all the ones I've ever seen.
I guess I'm still confused. Are we talking about it at the end of North Street, or are we
I think you
talking
have an
somewhere
exhibit,
else?
Felix.
This is gonna be a dead end road, right? Is that what we're? And if I remember right, when we came for preliminary, one of the things that we had asked or requested was that the county work with the 2 developers to see if we could come up with some kind of plan for this.
And to your point, Chair, if Osprey isn't approved, then we're just back to a cul-de-sac turnaround, right? It would only be upon approval of the Osprey. Is that right? Am I wrong?
That's true. You could make that a condition of your approval based upon the approval of Osprey.
That way, Osprey. If Osprey didn't, then this has to come back before us. And
Yeah, there's no sense in putting it in there if,
exactly.
I'd have to go through all of that if it's not needed.
So we would still actually ask for this even if Osprey wasn't developing right now, because we think somebody will probably develop Osprey at some point in the future. So we would ask for it regardless of what Osprey is doing. And to answer your question, Chair Schuman, it is off of North Street, just at the end of North Street. There's just going to be a crash gate right there that connects to Osprey.
So if Osprey's not approved, then they have to still put this in and maintain a road somehow into somebody else's property?
That's what we're asking for, yeah. And we're not anticipating Osprey being denied because it's an administrative application. And they're also on the agenda here in a couple of items. But yeah, I would still say we'd still require it even if Osprey wasn't before us tonight.
And you're fine requiring that. It just depends on your comfort level. Like Steve mentioned, our plan, the general plan talks about connectivity, and so does our ordinance. So it would be meeting that requirement if you chose to.
So is it staff's plan to suggest to Osprey that it provide connectivity to this emergency egress easement?
No, we've already done that with Osprey, and they've agreed to do that, and so have the owners. So has Mr. Janis. We've actually sat down in a meeting with them to come up with the best possible plan, and all parties are on board, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments regarding the Hidden Brook Estates application? Final approval. Okay, not hearing any. I'm going to ask the Planning Commission to take a vote on public comment for these administrative items. We'll do them individually. I don't want to be the one making that decision. I'd rather do it as a group. So we'll take a vote on whether we want to hear public comment and what that would be. And so we'll do that. But before we do that, Cortland, will you reiterate the requirements so that everybody knows?
Sure, I'd be glad to. This is an open and public meeting, which by state law has to be open to the public to attend, but there is no legal requirement to allow the public to speak on every topic or every item. That just depends on the type of item that it is. There are a couple of items on the agenda tonight that are specifically listed as public hearings, number 4.1 and 4.2. A public hearing is an item that requires the commission to allow the public to comment. A public discussion of other types of items does not require you to allow the public to comment. It's up to the commission to determine whether or not to allow the public to comment on those items. And so with administrative items, generally speaking, there are pros and cons just generally to allowing members of the public to comment. You are considering, as Rick has mentioned, whether or not the item meets the ordinance, whether there is anything that needs to be added to what has been presented in order to fulfill the ordinance and fulfill the general plan. Generally speaking, I'm being I'll say that again, general here. Most of the comments you hear may not have applicability to whether or not it meets the ordinance. Sometimes there might be comments that do have some relevance to that. But if it's something that does not have any bearing on whether or not the ordinance is fulfilled, if it's just something I don't really want to give any specific examples here, but if it's public clamor, something of that nature, just we don't like this, not in my backyard type of thing, that doesn't add to your consideration of whether or not it meets the ordinance. And it can at times lead to maybe making a decision based on improper factors. And so there are some negatives, some downsides to allowing public comment, because if people bring up stuff that really isn't relevant to the ordinance or to the general plan, and if it appears that the planning commission votes based on that, then your decision might be more susceptible to being reversed if it gets challenged. But sometimes members of the public do have valid points to make regarding compliance. And so there can sometimes be some benefit. That's a really general overview. Is that what you were looking for?
Yep. With that, I'll let the planning commission decide to take public comment. All in favor of public comment?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I can hear some.
Okay. With that, I think we'll take some public comment on this item. Let me go over some of the rules. We are experiencing technical difficulties online. So if you didn't hear that at the beginning of the meeting, we're asking that you raise your hand when it's your turn. We'll ask you to type in the chat so that we can reiterate the question and try and answer it or take the comment. So and then as they come up, we ask that you keep your speaking to about 2 minutes. And if you're representing a board or a committee, 5 minutes. Please make sure that your comments are relevant to the item we are discussing and kept respectful and productive. With that, we'll take public comment. Please state your name and where you're from as well.
Yes, my name is Jan Fulmer. Can everyone hear me? We please, not related to the comment I'm making, but if people could speak into the mic, we can't hear back there because they end up, their voice projection goes forward. Okay, so unless they're right on top of the mic, we really can't even hear them in the back either. Okay, my name's Jan Fulmer. I live in Eden, and I'm neither pro or con on this development. I would just ask you the sequence with which Osprey Ranch will be developed versus this to be developed. I'm not sure they're in sync. Please just make sure there are contingency plans to put in an egress route. I live in the Highlands. We only have one entrance in and out of that whole development. We had to go around and turn on people's sprinkler systems when a fire started to come up the hill. So please make sure there is some contingency plans to make sure there's another egress option available to whatever people may be building a home there. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we have a comment from on Zoom. Scott Bracken. Could you please type into the chat? Scott, can you hear us? Looks like you can. All right, well, he's working on typing that in. Is there any other comments from the public on this item? All right. From Scott, it says it appears that the subdivision is being approved with only culinary water when other areas of the valley are requiring culinary and secondary prior to receiving a building permit. It's a great question. I believe there's a statute in Felix. Felix or Scott, could you answer that for us? I believe there's a clarification on that. There is, I believe it has to do with entering into the covenant or something on the plat about not using water outside. Something like
Yes,
that.
that's right. So in this case, the Nordic Mountain Water is unable to.
Could you
provide-
speak into the, as Ms. Fulmer let us know, we need to speak directly into the microphone in your position there.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure thing. Yep. So in this case, culinary water, the culinary water district, in this case, Nordic Mountain Water, is not able to provide secondary water. And so what they're falling back on, this developer, is there's a portion of the code that basically is called the secondary water exemption. And it says a subdivision lot that is completely covered by pre-existing native wildland vegetation and will remain so is exempt from secondary water requirements. If this section, so long as pre-existing native wildland vegetation remains undisturbed in perpetuity, and is well established in a manner that makes it relatively unlikely for noxious weed propagation. Clearing minimal area needed for buildings, driveways, accessory uses, wildfire, defensible space, and similar uses is allowed under this exemption, as long as it does not result in the need for outdoor watering. The following shall be provided on the final plat. A restricted landscape covenant, it is recorded to the lot. The covenant shall restrict the removal or addition of any living vegetation from the lot unless the owner acquires the secondary water required by this section, and a note shall be placed on the final plat. Yeah.
Okay. Looks like he also added, this is a single build, which would be natural landscape already there, no outdoor water needed. Okay. All right. Thank you, Scott. All right, not hearing any more comment, seeing any, I will entertain a motion. Well, I guess I need to close the public comment period. Do we, this is, okay. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion for final approval of Hidden Brooks Estate subdivision consisting of 8 lots. File number UVH 042622. Approximate address is 2050 North Big Sky Drive in Liberty. That the subdivision follow the recommendations in the staff report. Items 1 and 2 are currently on the staff recommendations. Added 3 would be the dedication language is corrected to state that the roads are private. County Commission signature block is corrected to remove the reference to the public road dedication. And then added number 4 would be they would be required to provide emergency access end of North Street connecting to Osprey Ranch. And that this recommendation is based on the findings in the staff report.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion?
I just have one quick question. Cortland, legal question. When we tie this, does this run with the land? So if Osprey were to sell this approval, would it run with the land?
If Osprey were to sell, would this approval for this subdivision, you mean
The connection.
the connection? What you're doing here is, you mean if Hidden Brook were to sell?
No.
Are we talking, I think we're talking language, right? And the language of the motion states Osprey Ranch. Do we
Okay.
need to-
Does it, would it
So-
run with it so that if the, again, it's an administrative item, I think we feel confident, right? But if they, what I'm asking is, does it run with the land?
So if that ended up not being Osprey Ranch, but some other development, you can put that in your motion if you want to clarify that. Maybe you could change it to say connecting to the property directly to the east to be less specific. And then, yes, that would run with the land.
Okay, I'll make
Did you-
a correction.
Okay.
Item number 4 in the staff recommendation. You can see access at the end of North and connecting to to create connectivity to any future development.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we need to vote on the original amendment?
Since the
Was seconded?
maker of the motion was agreeable to changing it and there was a second, I think you're good just to go with the amended motion.
Okay. All right, all in favor. I have a motion, motion for approval of UVH 042622, positive recommendation for Hidden Brooks Estates. Is there, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Did everybody vote? Okay, looks like we have a unanimous vote there, Marta. Okay, on to item 3.2, request for recommendation of final approval of Bright Acres Subdivision. 4-lot subdivision.
Let me share my screen here real quick, commissioners. Okay, can everyone see that okay? This is Bright Acres Subdivision. This came before the Planning Commission back in May for preliminary approval. All of the preliminary conditions that were presented are actually required when they go for final with the County Commission. So you'll see a repeat of some of those. I believe the only outstanding condition with preliminary approval was to address the irrigation line that runs through the property. So to either show an easement for that on their final plat or to have some signed affidavit stating that it is no longer in use. The applicant has chosen to show that easement on their plat. Just kind of a brief overview here. Mostly for the newer planning commissioners who haven't seen this project yet. This is a 4-lot subdivision in the AV3 zone in Liberty, Utah. It is a lot averaged subdivision. A lot average subdivision in our land use code allows for lots that can be a little bit smaller than the zone requirement. It also requires that some of them are larger so that when everything is averaged out, both lot area and lot width, that they meet the minimum for the zone. And in the AV3 zone, the minimum acreage is 3 acres and the minimum lot width is 150 feet. And this meets that ordinance. Hold on just a second. I've got, the lot widths actually are a little bit. But we do have lot widths actually exceed. They are anywhere from 294 feet to 397 feet in this particular subdivision. Let me see if I can pull up the plat here for you. You'll see some road dedication here along 5700 North and a little bit along here on 3100 East. Their access exception that was previously approved runs here along the northern lots of 3 and 4. Just to point out, lot 1 does have their frontage up here and lot 4 has their frontage down here. But lots 2 and 3 needed that access exception in order to be able to legally access those 2 lots. You'll see, where's your here? You'll see this hashing here that shows the easement for that irrigation line. And then along the southern boundaries of lots 3 and 4, you'll see that 12-foot trail easement that was part of their access exception approval earlier. Now, you'll see on the plat, they're actually showing 4 wells. However, they're actually only going to use 2 wells. The purpose for including those well easements on all 4 lots was to show that if future owners want to drill their own well, that there is space for that. And that easement is already in place. But the plan is to have lot 1 with its own private well and lots 2, 3, and 4 share the well that's on lot 2. The health department has provided letters of feasibility and approval, and actually the developer has already drilled and pump tested these wells, so they're ready to go. Secondary water is also provided by these wells with additional water shares that have been leased from Weaver Basin. And so in our code, as Felix had just read, if there is limited water being provided by the well, then we will require that a restricted landscape covenant be recorded with the final plat, and that is one of the conditions of approval in your staff report. Septic feasibility has been provided by Weber Morgan Health Department. Again, this was presented at preliminary, and staff would recommend approval of this subject to recommendations and findings in the staff report. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Is the applicant gonna reroute that irrigation, or is he just given the easement
He has indicated he can reroute that if needed.
and do the infrastructure?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Would the applicant, is he here? Would they like to make a comment?
Actually, I'm not sure if the applicant's here.
Okay. All right. As stated, we're going to take votes for public comment. Everybody, all in favor of public comment on this item 3.2?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We'll go right ahead. Move into the public comment. If you have any comments, please come forward or raise your hand online and then type into we'll call on you to type into the chat. All right, not seeing any comments or raised hands online. We'll go ahead and close the public comment section. Oh, looks like we do have one. Beth Austin, if you'll go ahead and type into the chat, please.
I'm gonna try the speaker over here, so if she wants to try to unmute herself. We'll see if it works.
Can you hear me?
Sounds like we can.
Yes, I am wondering if the planning commissioners have had their 4 hours of annual training.
Beth, if you want to repeat that, we kind of got cut off there, but it sounded like the question was, have the commissioners had their 4 hours of annual training, which is unrelated to 3.2. So I would ask that you hold that comment. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay, we'll hold that. So thank you for the question.
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear.
Okay, thank you for the comment. We'll hold that. With that, I'll close the public comment section for this item, and I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I approve with regard to file number UVB 040422, Bright Acres Subdivision, that the Planning Commission forward a positive recommendation to the County Commission for approval of the final Bright Acres Subdivision consisting of 4 lots located approximately 5638 North, 3100 East. And this motion is based upon the findings in the staff report and is subject to the conditions set forth in the staff report.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Questions, comments?
Something came up about the owner moving the water through that easement and he provided access through the easement for the water, but is he going to relocate the water through that easement?
That's a clarification question. Would the owner or applicant or Tammy like to address that again?
Scott Hale. So the pipe currently is in a state of fairly significant disrepair. So I've submitted some pictures, kind of big pieces that are broken upstream from the pipe. So I've chatted with kind of all of the neighbors in the area. When the pipe runs currently, it kind of floods basements. So the plan isn't currently to go through the kind of bear the expense of rerouting that pipe because it's not currently operable and hasn't been used for some years. But there's an easement for that same pipe attached to the property into lot 1 of that property, which we will be building on. And so at the point in time that the pipe, kind of as a shared expense, is improved upstream. The plan is to share in that expense and then get the pipe rerouted through that easement.
So I'm trying to recall from our past meeting, were there downstream users of the water that would go through this pipe?
I thought there was discussion there was downstream users.
So there is downstream users. It's an overflow pipe. The last few years has been a drought, and that's why it hasn't been used.
Okay.
But the intention, I'm sure of it, because I used to use it, is when there's overflow water that they would use it. And I don't know when that pipe was broken. I don't really, doesn't matter to me, but they will use it again.
So who has the obligation to go fix the pipe when there's water to go through it?
They take it as a group.
And that's
But the rerouting wouldn't be a group.
So the easement is there. If they want the water, they route it into the pipeline.
Well, they don't have to reroute it. They have to fix the few lake breaks that are there.
Okay.
The rerouting is going to be a new expense that they'd have to take.
From the applicant perspective, he's providing the right of way more or less and is committing to do that when it's time. Is that what I'm understanding?
I mean, as a kind of shared group, right? I mean, it's really, if I understand right, there's basically one downstream user. So it would be our property and that one downstream user. So between the two of us, we would be looking to kind of bear the expense of rerouting that pipe through that easement.
Do you have an agreement to bear the expense, or is that an assumption?
That there's not a current agreement in place for that. I mean, the ask was for an easement for that pipeline. It's really an old brittle pipe currently in place. As mentioned, I'd submitted some pictures to planning, where there's already kind of large chunks of the pipes kind of sitting on the ground. So it's a really brittle old pipe that would need significant repair anyways. All of the heads are broken off. It's not an operable pipe. So it's one that
is this something that water passes through currently? Like, is that what we've got right now? Like it's a ditch, right?
No,
we're talking about a pipe.
Tri system.
Okay.
So there's a valve a ways upstream that's been left closed because of other issues upstream that have flooded basements.
So currently they turn it on and it runs through this property somewhere on here and it makes its way through to the next guy. Is that my understanding, or is it supposed to drain here?
It does. It makes its way, it pressurizes, and then they use it downstream when there's water. There hasn't been overflow for a while because of the drought, but there will be.
And so, and maybe this is a question for Rick, do we have responsibility to ensure that, when we do this, he's given an easement, but, isn't there, who's going to enforce that? Because right now it sounds like it goes out and just floods into a field when we develop this. It sounds to me like there should be some onus on the developer to make sure that this gets through, regardless of whether or not someone fixes it upstream. There's still some responsibility there.
Yeah, you could put a condition upon this, that they work with the owner downstream to make sure that things are resolved. And that would be applicable. And that would be something that you could definitely do if you chose.
So we could make an amendment to the motion that would say something along the lines of, as far as that we request an agreement be made between the ditch users that this be resolved and be put in with the development agreement. Is that what it would be?
You could put that in there.
Okay. Question: Who owns the pipeline? It's a pressurized system. Are there shareholders in this system?
So I've done a lot of research on this. It's kind of a really old school, almost like a handshake agreement. I haven't found any documented water rights through this pipe. Initially we were looking to see if, though we would love to utilize that water, we couldn't find any kind of legal basis to use the water. That there may be some documentation somewhere out there that's, that comes to light, which is why we also, in that easement attached it into the lot that we will be building on. But none of the irrigation companies on either side, have noted any awareness of water rights flowing through there, nor is there any kind of Utah State water rights attached to it. So it's kind of an interesting, really old school pipeline that's maybe based more on handshakes, possibly legal agreements from back in the day.
So I can clear that up. It's in the Liberty Irrigation bylaws. It's the overflow agreement, and it comes out of the Norfolk River, and there is a water right. I used to pay it.
So would this be a Liberty Irrigation Company obligation to fix it?
I don't think it's up to them. It's after the overflow. They gave them an outlet. And it was always attached to this big group of property. And so they're all entitled to that whole, and even his piece would be entitled to the water.
Overflow water from when they get too much, then they're entitled to whatever comes out of it, more or less.
Yes.
If I could chime in here just for your consideration, it gives me a little bit of concern to hear where this might be leading in terms of the planning commission's purview and whether you're maybe overstepping that a little bit if you get too far down that line of thinking in what might be a civil issue between water right holders, between neighbors. It doesn't sound like this is a public utility of any sort. If the owner of this property does something that infringes on somebody else's rights, but if it's not something that's addressed directly in our code, we may be overstepping a little bit as a planning commission if you start to try to dictate what happens there. And so I'd be a little cautious about that if you're getting outside of what the code requires and just
It's a good point, but I have clarification on that.
Sure.
There's a pipe for overflow. Hasn't been used because we haven't had a lot of water. And at some point we do, but we chose to approve a development that went through and got rid of it, more or less. It's not there anymore. It seems like a silly decision, regardless of whether or not it may be going into that. I mean, we don't want to get in the weeds, like you say, but if it's something that should be there, we don't want to say, yeah, build whatever you want and then have it flood. I mean, isn't that the point of what we're trying to do here, is help plan a good development?
It is, yeah. And so, I mean, it's a decision for you to make, but just be aware of that. And there's already been a condition placed upon them that they've met to provide for a location, as I understand it, for that pipeline to be routed in the future, it sounds like, through that easement that was provided. And so, maybe discuss amongst yourselves what you feel is appropriate there and how far to go into this. And then, you can talk to the staff about what requirements there might be, and then make your decision.
Yeah, it seems like if the easement is there and the people want to use the water, there's a way they can get together and get the water. What the developer is doing is not precluding the neighbors that might have a right to that overflow water getting the water. They just get together. So it seems, I'm sensitive to council that how far do we go into solving every potential problem with everything? The general, we've provided a place that water can be conveyed across. Now, if the neighbors want to convey it, that's their deal. They can do it.
Okay, I have a motion. We have a second. Any more discussion? Absolutely. The motion, would you do us a favor and restate the motion, Commissioner Burton?
The motion was to the effect that the Planning Commission give affirmative final approval to the Bright Acres Subdivision, subject to the conditions set forth in the staff report and based upon the findings found in the staff report.
Okay. We had Commissioner Burton's motion, and it was seconded by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Passes unanimously, Marta. Okay. Tammy, you're up again. But before you get started, actually, Rick, would you please explain the decision type and maybe with, again, detail on final and preliminary, with this one being different than the previous two that we had just done?
Yeah, so on this one, you're looking at preliminary approval. There's not as much detail that's required at preliminary approval. You're not looking at improvement drawings and things like that. You're looking at more conceptual layout of the development. And as preliminary approval, it's an administrative item. And you can choose, like it's been mentioned before, to take public comment or not to take public comment on this item.
Chair, and I'm going to recuse myself.
Yes, please, please. And then I believe Commissioner Stefanik as well. Thank you. All right.
And thank you, Commissioners. Osprey Ranch Subdivision is coming before you for preliminary approval. This is a 31-lot subdivision in the Forest Valley 3 zone. And to orient you a little bit, we've got a map. You've got Pine View here and Highway 158. We'll go through kind of a brief overview and some of the proposals specific to this subdivision here. Let's see. It is a standard subdivision, so there are no open space requirements. Each lot meets the minimum area and width, which is 3 acres and 150 feet in width along a roadway. Total project area is about 284 acres. You can see on here the lots that range in size from 3 to 18 acres, the lot widths that vary from 100 feet to 1,972 feet. Now, I had just stated that the minimum lot width is 100 feet. However, on a cul-de-sac, the minimum lot width is at least 70 feet where you've got that road curve, okay? There are 2 open space parcels proposed in here and public roadways and trails throughout. And we'll go through and look at those in a little more detail. This is the plat for Phase 1. Eventually, Phase 2 will come before you for preliminary approval, but at this time, we've got Phase 1. To orient you a little bit, this is Highway 158, and this would be the entrance coming in. And there's a little more detail on the next slide here. These would be your open space parcels located in Phase 1. The trailhead here, where the applicant is proposing to dedicate to the county or to deed over to the county 2 to 3 acres for that trailhead. Future trailhead will be here. You've got a paved pathway that is going to follow this main road all the way through Phase 1 and Phase 2 and will eventually connect up to Nordic Valley Way. Along with these, the applicant or the developer is also proposing dirt trails throughout the subdivision that connect to neighboring subdivisions and land. The question, I think, was raised as to where these emergency egress locations will be. This, let's see, here we go. This is Phase 1 of Osprey. This is Phase 2. You'll see more detail on this when Phase 2 comes before you. This is that road through Hidden Brook Subdivision, and this is the end of the road in Big Sky Estates here. Both will have a crash gate. On this particular access, there will be a roadway here, that connects to this main thoroughfare through Osprey. There is a will serve letter in your packet from Nordic Mountain Water. Something that's a little bit different with this will serve is Nordic Mountain has allowed some of their culinary water for irrigation use. They have set out those landscaping restrictions in their will serve letter, which is up to 5,000 square feet.
That has happened before. That's not new.
Correct.
In other subdivisions. This is a common thing.
Correct.
Just would like clarification there.
Yes. Wolf Creek has issued a will serve letter for sanitary sewer services only. This is what the developer has provided as far as a potential lift station. They would be installing the infrastructure to be able to service their subdivision. This is the entrance here to Osprey. And you've got the Wolf Creek sewer plant. This would be a potential location. As they continue to meet with engineering and with Wolf Creek, they'll decide on a final location for that. And of course have to meet all of the requirements set out by Wolf Creek and the county in order to make sure everything is safe and done properly. Just to we're all aware that this is in a geologic hazard study area. This is a slope map So when you look at this phase one, you can see how many lots are potentially encumbered by some slope. Anything in the red is 25 to 40%, and anything that's that pink color is over 40%. We have requested that on their final plat, they actually show buildable areas on there. Typically, those are outlined by a geologist or an engineer. And that would be it for my presentation, Commissioners. Staff feels that the developer has met all of the requirements for preliminary approval. Thank you. Staff feels that the developer has met all of the preliminary requirements for approval of this subdivision, and so we would recommend as such, subject to the conditions and findings in the staff report.
Thank you, Tammy. Would the applicant like to say a few words?
Good evening, Commissioners. John Lewis from Eden, Utah, Osprey Ranch. Well, I appreciate being able to come before you guys and talk about this. You know, I'm really actually very proud of this project. I hope in the future more developments happen like this, and it might be a good thing to show people. But you know, and I have to maybe take a special shout out to the Webb family. You know, they sold us half of this, and I think the reason we both came to terms on buying and selling it was because they looked up at their 300 acres and thought, yeah, we only want 20, 30 things on it, not the previous approved Moose Mountain that had 140 approvals on it. And neither of us wanted to look up on the mountain and see half this project have 140 houses. So we agreed on 30 and we stuck to 30. So overall, you're going to see about 600 acres and 61 lots. We fought very hard not to do septic. Believe it or not, that was a challenge. And we're spending millions to get the sewer back to Wolf Creek where it can be treated and put on the golf course. So I feel like this has been done in a very responsible way. So again, just wanted to point out that the density is literally 6 times less than it was at one point and half of what it could be. So thank you. Yeah, do you guys have any questions for me while I'm up here?
I think I'm having a hard time understanding. If you could help me understand, I have concerns about this, the hazard of the slopes. Mm-hmm. And so there was some comment in the pre-meeting. Can you help me understand how, I mean, with this, I get nervous when I see the irrigation up to 5,000 square feet for residential landscaping. These are really steep slopes.
Sure.
What was the answer? Yeah.
Yeah. So on every subdivision that comes before you guys, it goes through a pretty rigorous topography and geological hazard. Everything is a geological hazard. And what they want to make sure is anything over, I think it's 30%, you have to have an engineer sign off. Anything under that, you're fine. And you have to show appropriate building stuff. But, you know, where you can go to the county and say, okay, look, we've got these huge lots. I mean, they're not quarter acre lots, you know, they're averaging 10 acres. So it's been very easy to find a couple acres that is the appropriate place to put the house and the rest you don't. If you decide to push the envelope and put it in someplace that's steep, you have to go through all those, you know, engineering to make sure you can do that. So we've gone through every single one, said, nope, we're going to put it right where it's safe. And in between the 20 and 30%, if it ever inched into that, you'd have to come in with letters and go through a whole slope side analysis with the engineers. But, you know, these are all big enough. We don't need to do any of that. So anywhere that it's a question where if you got off the building pad, you know, it's considered a restricted and recorded on the plat. So you'd have to go back and approve them. It's still safe. So the answer to your question is basically we have plenty of room on each lot to be able to pull it up.
That's the building of the house, correct? Right. What I guess I'm worried, what I wanted clarification on was some more like the wording of landscaping with such steep slopes. As I understand with the Forest Valley Zone FV3, it stipulates that it needs to be naturalistic environment, protected as much as possible. That the county codes don't want to see. They want to see basically a minority of irrigated grass. So if you could just help me understand what
Yeah,
the plan
well,
is.
they have kind of their stipulations. We've stuck to all those, but we've gone way beyond all that with our CCNRs and said, you can't do more than half your footprint of your house in sod. Everything really has to be drip irrigation, can't be any more than 5,000 square feet. And again, these are 43,000 square feet on an acre and there's 10 of them. So really, really tiny. The whole intent of the CCNRs is to match with the county to really push people to go back to natural, just let it be. It's just too hard to maintain anyway. And why overwater it? Why overburden it? You can't even cut a tree down without approval from the landscaping part of the HOA approval. So there's, as Tammy can see, when we turn in our documents, you'll have to go through architectural committee, landscape review, all that kind of stuff. So that, we don't look up there and see someone tear down a bunch of trees and put up pickleball or some stupid thing. So that we can protect it, and we want the highest, value in that area. We don't want those trees cut down. It's not good for anything.
Mr. Lewis, a question just popped in my mind about fire separation between a dwelling and the vegetation. How do you, I was just in the home show up on the top of Old Snow Basin Road, looking how close the fire came to the home that was in that show. Whoa, I'm glad there's a little separation. How do you reconcile natural vegetation and not being right next to the home for fire protection?
Sure. Well, we have the site approval in the HOA that we go and we look at architecture, we look at site plan. Everything has to match up with what the county fire marshal requires, which is a 30-foot setback or whatever. So you do have to clear enough for the house and be safe via the fire marshal. But we review all that when we do our architectural review.
So is that kind of what the 5,000 feet irrigated
No more
landscaping?
than, no more than 5,000.
But that could be used for this protection, fire protection from.
Yeah, and zero scape it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any more questions for the applicant? I have, I noticed on this, the previous slide, we talked about egress, emergency egress. It looks like you guys have gone ahead. One of the concerns was that we got Big Sky Drive. We talked about this in previous subdivision here. We have a lot of dead end roads in that area. And that was the challenge, is to work together with this development, the other, and say, what can be a good meet in the middle? And maybe, one of the concerns was that Big Sky Drive residents don't want to connect to this because they're a public or they're a private road, and they'd have to spend some money to meet that the requirements of public. So looking at this, it looks like you agreed to do or you're planning to do, as we get through preliminary, a dedication for this road to be able to connect, and even took it a step farther, which was the ask is, hey, could you donate, or what did I put an easement in for us to be able to do that if that was ever needed, and you're going to put in Firegate. So I
We
appreciate
actually
that.
ended up doing 2 of them just to be overly safe. So there's, we're trying to respect their wishes and not have a public road dump onto their private road back to a public road. That doesn't make sense. But we also want everybody able to get out of there if there's a fire. So we're putting up two crash gates, actually. One up by the tank and one down lower.
Yeah, appreciate you looking at that. I think that was some of the concerns we had.
And honestly, if we didn't follow through and it didn't happen, there's still, trees are gone and there's a trail there, and people could still drive out of there in an emergency if it wasn't full of snow, I guess. So step by step.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions or comments from the planning commissioners for Tammy or for anything?
Just one quick question. There's a rectangle in the middle there. Is that landlocked property, or what is that rectangle?
That is not part of phase 1. I'm not sure if ownership has changed or if ownership is planning to change. No, that's not owned by the developer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, as we did before, we'll take a quick vote on public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Okay, we will take public comment on this administrative item. I will ask, before we get started, ask Director Rick to Director Grover, to go over preliminary again, please.
Yes, so preliminary approval is just looking at more of the conceptual layout of it, making sure we have connectivity and it's meeting the general requirements of the subdivision. Final approval, we're going to be looking at more of the details regarding improvement drawings and things like that.
So we look at, say, size of lots, we look at roadways, we look at general big stuff that for the overall feel. Is that right?
Yeah.
For preliminary?
Yeah, so Tammy's looked at the ordinance, she's looked at the lot width, lot area requirements, making sure the roads meet the access issues. She's worked with the fire district and the engineering division, the health department on making sure that life safety issues are being addressed. But then when we get to final, you're going to be looking at, how do we dot the I's and cross the T's.
Okay. All right, we have a couple hands up online. I believe we're going to try the verbal, right? With that, we'll start online. Scott Bracken. For this one, Scott, we're having, you just can unmute and talk, please. Just please state where you're from. Looks like we're unmuted. We got speakers over there. All right. Seems like we're having some issues there. Let's go to Eakswick. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Keswick.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state where you're from, Elizabeth.
I am from Nordic Mountain Water Inc. Board. And also I live in Nordic Valley. So I'll have comments as a member of the board and also just as a private citizen.
Okay.
Okay, so speaking for the board, you had a slide that showed that there were 65 lots provided for by our water company, and that is true. I just want to point out and make sure that we have considered and have a provision in there that these are for 65 residential hookups. So any future subdivision, casitas, guest houses, you name it, there will not be water available for those. And so I just want to make sure that that's very clearly stated in whatever the standards are moving forward. That's my first point. The second point is we do not have a mechanism for monitoring how much culinary water is used for the secondary water. Our only guideline will be their total water usage. So I also want that to be clear, that we're not the policeman for making sure that reasonable amounts of water are used. We have step increases. The more water someone uses, the more they pay. But obviously, if someone is buying a 10-acre lot, that may not be an issue. But I think that's a consideration that you need to have. As a private citizen, the other comment that I want to make is it's a real eyesore right now. And I hope that when the development is completed or as soon as possible, that restoration of the landscape be done so that it's not such an eyesore as you drive along. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Ron Gleason.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Ron Gleason, Eden, Utah. Is my
Hi,
voice
Ron.
coming
Yes,
across
we
okay?
can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all you commissioners for your service. And secondly, congratulations to the two newly appointed commissioners. Appreciate them wanting to serve. Just a couple of quick questions on water, particularly secondary water. The narrative states, and as the applicant, talked about the restrictions of the amount of square footage for landscaping, and the sentence in the narrative ends with until such time as secondary water becomes available. So two questions. One, can the applicant explain what steps, if any, are being taken to obtain secondary water? And two, when we look at neighborhoods and we look at the amount of culinary water, typically culinary water is allocated between what's referred to as stock water and domestic uses. Stock water is used for livestock, and I think it's relevant here because many of these lots are being marketed as horse property. And so typically there's water allocated for stock water, and then domestic uses is sometimes called the EDU use. So I'm wondering if the applicant can talk about how they're planning, whether it's CCNRs or other things in the HOA, how they're going to delineate between those two uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment?
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Blake Green, and I represent our family MCG that owns land that is adjacent to this development. And on the map, if I can use the pointer, it would be this land right here, which represents about 80 acres. The land below it, which represents about 60 additional acres, which we refer to as the river bottoms. And then we have also land that potentially could be involved that is east of the Maverick. So at that four-way stop, that corner piece that involves about another 13 acres, which potentially, depending on how the sewer might run, might come through that land if it's the best route to do that. But just wanted to express our interest in a couple of things. I'm a fifth generation in that valley. I don't live up there permanently, but we have a home up there that we've had for many years, and my dad was raised in the valley. And so we have generations. My children will be sixth, and our grandchildren will be seventh generation. So we have a great interest in that valley. This land will change what we've done on the land over the years. I suspect that hunting will probably be disallowed once homes are in that area. To some extent, maybe turkey hunting will be okay still, I don't know. But so that things will change a little bit, and we understand that and get that, and don't oppose that in any way. We run cattle on this land currently and have done for many years. There is an old, or there's a road that comes just after the river that you can see right here in light. And we've talked with John about this, that we would continue to have access up that road to go into the corner of our property where we have a gate and drop off cattle. And there are several, couple of culverts along this line where water and springs run into our land to water the cattle. And our hope and expectation would be that that water would continue to run freely and be able to water the animals that we've had in the past. So access to the corner But I guess probably the bigger piece would be, as we look into phase 2 of this development, the access for us to be able to do something with our future land, this upper 80 acres in particular, due to topography, the best access would come in somewhere, I don't have a perfect drawing, but somewhere in here to that land to be able to use. And obviously we'd want to be able to have access to our land. If it didn't happen in that phase, then we'd be landlocked and not have access to that upper 80 acres in terms of development. In terms of tying into infrastructure, we'd also want to preserve rights to tie into, eventual water, if we buy water shares, however that works out, sewer and all the rest of the development, as well as the roads. So we don't have an agreement to that extent. And so our just kind of our request, I guess, of the commission is to make them put them on notice that of our interest in the property and making all of it work for all parties as we move forward. And I guess I would entertain any questions that you have about the land we have there and our future.
How do you access it now? Other than that bottom corner.
Yeah, you can't see so we accessed it through this dirt road and also next to Carver's Cove, there's a lane and we can access the bottom, what we call the river bottoms, through that lane that's just above Carver's Cove. And that's it's our land, and it goes back into the river bottoms. And then from the river bottoms up, there's a very steep graded road that you can access on a horse or a four-wheeler, but you wouldn't be able to put in any roads for that. From that lower piece, the only access, I can't see this now, but it's switched. The only access would be from the top. I maybe bumped something unintentionally. Yeah, so based on the topography, really the access would be somewhere right up in here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question. Mr. Green, is that right? So the way you access the property now doesn't involve Osprey property, phase 1 or 2?
As long as this road right here, which is a dirt road, we get into the corner of our property, and I don't believe, I think that's all staying open. Yeah. So we're accessing that through here. Again, this is not, it's accessible by a four-wheeler, but you wouldn't be able to put roads in here. But in answer to your question, we're not looking or asking for a road to be built anywhere along this blue line, because and we've had discussions with John and Shane, and but the access would come in the second phase.
So you're just suggesting to the commission be aware when we develop our property, you'd like to have us be aware that you're requesting there be some kind of connectivity from phase 2 into your future development.
Right. And the other piece that could be involved, we just don't know because we haven't had chance to get planners involved in a development on this piece, is where the natural tie would be for the sewer. Is it really to come? Would it be really to come back out this same road, or is based on the slope that the sewer should come in and tie in somehow this direction? And so that could play into what's currently be done. We just don't want to get down the road in the second phase and say, hey, you didn't really consider the first phase, and really the way the sewer should have gone is not here, and now you need a lift station and a pump, and we're going to approve that, or we're not going to approve that. We just want to make sure that that as we look at utilities and full development of our piece, that maybe it does involve this, maybe it doesn't, maybe it's all in second, but it could.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. With that, is there any other public comment?
Hi, I'm Suzanne Ellison Frey, and I live in Huntsville, but I have a great deal of interest in the whole valley. My grandparents settled Huntsville, came with Jefferson Hunt, and we're still there. So I guess just an overall comment, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that goes into all of your considerations, and thank you so much for that. The valley has two problems. One is water and the other is access. And our tiny canyon, and now we've got trappers. I think all of that, and I don't know that that doesn't all rest with you. It rests with the commissioners and their approval. But I just offer caution on that. We've had a beautiful place to live, and the number of people that can come in and go out easily is diminishing. Now, when I come down the canyon, depending on the time, well, anyway, there you travel it, you know, and the large trucks and all of the things that come with construction. So I want everyone who comes to the valley and says, oh, beautiful place. I want to live here. This is great. And the next thing we know, there's all these developments happening. People have a right to sell their property, and I honor that. People have a right to develop it, but we have a responsibility to put a stop somewhere on some of these things that are requesting to come in. So I just ask you for your consideration on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I saw Scott Bracken was trying again. Scott, did you have a comment? Okay. Lee Schussman.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I just have a question, please, about the secondary water. Can you clarify, please? I think I understood that Nordic Valley has committed to supply the needed water. And I think from previous sometimes acrimonious discussions, people have learned that Nordic Valley does have the water to supply. But did I just hear that Nordic Valley's only faucet, only ratcheting down of water usage by these 30 and then I guess 60 households, which are going to have large areas that may need irrigation, especially for fire prevention? The only cap on that water use by any of those properties is going to be the price of the water. Is that correct?
That is a question for the water company. But thank you.
So I just want to make sure that I understand. We're granting a preliminary approval for this subdivision based on the fact that there's no limit on the amount of water that it can use. Just want to be clear.
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we will address it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Scott. Are you there this time? Try one more time here.
I can't do it.
There we go. Scott, you were there.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, somewhere along in, it seemed like we've moved on, lost in translation here. It almost appears we moved from one community approval to another. And, the whole thing boils down to water availability and usage. Some of the discussion earlier was as to whether or not who owns the water. It's coming through a canal or a ditch or whatever, and the confusion there. Doesn't that refer back to the Utah Division of Water Rights to make that determination?
I think that's a good point. we, as the planning commission, we look at letters that were provided for guarantees, and we look for those approvals that are granted by the water companies. So, thank you. Okay, do I have any other public comments?
Answer that question either.
With not hearing any more public comments, I will get, oh, we do have one.
Just real quick. Kathy Franchner, Nordic Valley. I just want to clarify where it says that that road is being used as the emergency egress only and not as a construction access, or how it's going to be used to maintain the water tank that is now put in or be in the process of being put in for them above that is off the private road.
Okay.
And second, as a Nordic Valley water user, yes, they do ratchet up the payments. You have a certain amount that you are given to use. And if you use more than that, the only thing against this, I understand, is that they ratchet up the payment or ask you to pay more if you use more than your allotment.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all for the public comments. Not seeing more comment, I will now allow the applicant to answer, applicant and Tammy, if you need to answer some of the questions that were brought up. Hopefully you've been able to take some good notes. If not, I have taken some. We can try and address some of the questions. Please state your name and where you're from.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Shane Dunleavy. I live at up on the Big Sky development that borders Osprey Ranch. It's basically my backyard. I'd like to address some of the comments here. First, I'll talk about the Big Sky access through their main road. They requested that we not use that as construction access, and we are willing to comply with that. We are just about to repave their road, and once that's done, we'll put a gate across there, and all of our construction traffic will come up through from the highway through phase one. We'll be building a water tank that will start here very shortly. In regards to the water questions, we are simply a customer of Nordic Mountain Water. We are under the same rules and regulations that everyone else is under. They do allow limited irrigation water, and above and beyond what they allow, we will also covenant restrict what people can do. The maximum space will be 5,000 square feet they can irrigate. That fulfills the secondary requirement. There is language in there that says it fulfills it until if and when there's additional secondary water available. We do have some water available. We have some springs. There are 5 or 6 springs on the property. 3 of them we have rights to. Currently, we're just letting them continue on down and drain into Pine View, and we plan to continue that. We do have stock water rights on some of those. And some of our properties will be conducive. They have a stream that runs through, will be conducive to allowing horses or small livestock to water off of these. And we will grant those properties rights if they ask for it. And if they either purchase them or file for those rights, we will give them access. We don't plan to put a complete secondary system through the entire development. We do have secondary water available. We also have significant amount of water rights. If someone wants to apply and drill a well for their stock water, we would work with them and negotiate with them to do that as well. That is our secondary water plan. Any other questions I can answer? Oh, I will briefly address the green property. We have been in conversations with them, and we do plan to help them get their access. They do have access from their lower point if they wanted. It would just be very expensive to build a road up there. So they would prefer to come through the easier way. And we will continue to work with them as we get to phase 2 and figure out a way to make that economically feasible for all of us. I mean, we've spent a lot of money getting there. So there may need to be a pioneering agreement. We can work that out as we get into phase 2. Anything else you'd like me to address?
I think you hit most of the ones I had. Commissioners, are there any other questions you thought that we didn't quite get? With that, if you'll hold tight, Rick and Cortland, could you address the water it seems like there's a lot of questions about how we address water as the planning commission and as the county. Can you help us understand what do we do? How do we look at this? How do we police it? What do we have to ask? You know, if one of the questions was policing the property. What responsibilities do we have as a planning commissioner, as the county to look at these items?
So policing the water, we're not going to be monitoring how much water is being used for that. That's basically associated with the water company, if they choose to put meters on that or not. As far as if they want to choose to do ADUs or lockout units, that was a question that was brought up. We would have to make sure that they have secured rights for that, if they choose to do that. So that's right now, they're just, we would be looking at the single family use that's associated with it. And if they wanted more than that, they would have to show us proof that they have that. They'd also have to work through the health department and making sure that they have proper septic and or sewer in that area to handle that.
So if there's concern that the water's being used or, you know, not enough, or what do we look at? How do we make that determination?
We will look at what's required per the ordinance, and go off of that.
And that is, from what I've seen in the past, most of it's based on letters provided from water companies.
Right.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So we look at the developer comes in and says, the water company said we can do this.
We get approval from them before we bring it to you, on that, for preliminary approval.
So as we hear concerns of water, these are items that we're being told everything's okay. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify,
Yeah, we'll
you know,
get
how
in,
we need to look at the
Yeah.
water aspect of this.
and we'll get into more detail when they come for final approval on that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
I will add that there will be an additional layer of enforcement with our architectural control committee. They will be reviewing every landscaping plan. So there's another layer that's over and above what's currently being applied to Nordic Mountain water customers. One other thing I wanted to address, there was a comment about the bomb going off in restoration, and I completely,
sorry,
the bomb going off with the development and restoration of the land.
Okay, so
Yeah.
when you reference bomb, what you're referencing is when the construction began.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm referencing looking up on the hill and seeing all the unsightly dirt.
Okay.
The part that we
gotcha.
all hate about development, me included. Yeah, we fully intend to restore all of that. During the construction, they go much wider than we'd like to see. And then everything narrows back down. There will only be 26 feet of asphalt, and there'll be a trail alongside the asphalt. And then everything else will be hydroseeded with native grasses and restored. And we want to make it look like that front meadow that was originally there that we plan to leave there. And we'll make the roadways look very similar to that.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
I have a question. Director Grover. And this relates to water and a water connection. So a water connection could be for a 15,000 square foot home with 15 kids and parents, or it could be for a small home with two people, with two occupants.
It needs to meet the definition of a family. And that's what we'd be looking at.
So when I heard this doesn't include guest houses. So is there a quantity associated with a connection?
As far as the quantity associated with it, I'd probably have to defer to Tammy on the ordinance. I don't have that right in front of me.
I've got the ordinance right in front of me. The required water quantity ordinance says each developable lot shall be connected to a system that provides sufficient water quantity, quality, flow, rights or shares, and storage if applicable to accommodate all intended uses of the water And then it says, the quantity and quality of culinary water shall meet the minimum standards required by the Culinary Water Authority, applicable agency, or applicable service provider. And then it goes on to talk about how that is proven through, for instance, a water service provider capacity assessment, which is a written letter or verification from the provider as to the capacity and other details that are in the ordinance that you probably don't want me to read right now, but it differs back, as has been mentioned, to the water service provider.
Okay, the thought popped in my mind is efficient use of water connection. And I can see a retired couple living in a 2-bedroom home with a little guest house with a garage for their retired friends, using much less water than a home wherein a large family resides.
Can I address the ADU question? Right, the little casita. If there are any further subdivisions within this area, if someone wants to construct an accessory dwelling unit, there is a permitting process, and part of that process requires that they submit proof that they've secured additional water and additional sewer or septic capacity for either one of those scenarios.
Okay, so they have to have an additional water connection for that casita, even though the quantity of water used may be negligible.
Right.
Okay.
Or even a letter from the water company stating that they're aware of the casita and that the capacity that's been purchased will cover that. Something
Okay.
from the water and sewer companies.
That makes sense. Thank you.
And it sounds like the applicant has taken it a step farther with the HOA. Is the plan that they would require approvals that way as well for such a thing.
Correct.
Not
The
only from the
HOA.
county.
Yes, it's not a requirement from the county. That is a step that the developer is choosing to take.
One other point of clarification is when we look at a single family, we're not going to base the amount of water versus a 2-family, 2 individuals living there, or a large family, because that changes over time as the home sells.
I understand. It could relate to the size of the home. Thank you.
Right.
So when we talk about this, we have ordinances that say this is what we should have. Is the water company responsible to make sure that that's how it's done? You know, because we get, we had one in here earlier that had just a letter that was about a paragraph long saying we agree to provide water for 4 houses, right? Pretty basic detail, not detail like you're mentioning where we have specific numbers. What are we supposed to look at in that?
Yeah,
regard?
we don't get into the detailed numbers. We go off of, like Cortland was reading, the ordinance that we're going to be going off of what the water company is approving.
So what we look at is what the water company tells us.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really, that's about as far as we go. It's the water company says, yes, we can do this.
Yep.
So, okay. Well, I know we have a couple more public comments, so I think we'll go ahead and hear those, and then we'll continue on, if that's all right with the commission. All right. Looks like Nate Carver's his hand up, and also Jan, please come forward.
Thank you, Jan Fulmer, Eden. This is real quick. Rick, I didn't hear clearly what you were saying. You were talking about lockout units with respect to the water. Is this development a PRUD being requested for short-term rentals?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Let's clarify. Will you say that clearly?
No, it's not.
No, this is not a PRUD. No, this is not
right
for short-term rental. Okay. All right, Nate Carver.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I own the property adjacent to the Greens and Osprey Ranch. I just had a quick question about, I have a right of way on the south piece of my property that should connect to an access of some kind. It was to the old West Road that they have continued. But my question is, where is my access going to be to my right of way, to my piece of property?
Thank you. Any more public comment? All right, close the public comment. Would the applicant like to respond to any of the comments made?
Hi, so I'm just going to respond to Mr. Carver's comment. He is asking where his right of way is going to be, and it's exactly where it's always been. He has a 42.5-foot easement that basically runs from the highway, comes up, connects to the road that will be a county road, and goes to the corner of his property. And if you look at lot 27 and lot 31 on the picture, you can see there's an arrow right there. We are leaving that as open space. We will also use that for trail, and that is also Mr. Carver's access. It goes all the way through to the Hidden Brook Subdivision. That's a 42.5-foot strip that it's the historic easement. We're not going to touch it. So it'll be available for him and everyone else who has legal rights to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, any questions or comments from the commissioners?
I just have one thing. There was a comment that I'm sure we'll bring back at the public comment time on the agenda about training. And I've now had an hour and a half of my 4 hours of training. And in that training, I spent some time trying to understand the Planning Commission's role as it pertains to water. And I know that we've had a lot of emails, we've had all these other things, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear, because what I understand from that training was that is for the water board to decide. And that when things come to the Planning Commission and where we are now with the preliminary approval of this subdivision, they've already fulfilled their needs in showing proof from water boards. And what we are now as an administrative item expected to obey is a strict scrutiny of whether or not this applicant has basically met code. So I just want to make sure that I'm correct. This is what I remember from the training session that we had. And so while we want to hear from the public and all of this, I don't want it misconstrued that we're not taking any of that to heart, but we are under rules and restrictions ourselves that when it comes to an administrative item and for preliminary approval, we are only able to make decisions based off of whether or not codes have been met. Is that correct?
That is correct. And before they can even submit their application, there are certain requirements that they have to show proof of with water and sewer before they can actually even submit their application for the ordinance.
Thank you. Okay. With that, I will entertain a motion.
I ask one question of staff. On the staff recommendation, there's a 4 with the letter A on it. Do we just strike that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that the Planning Commission grant a request for a preliminary approval of Osprey Ranch Subdivision Phase 1. This is file number UVO 111221. Based upon the staff report, the conditions set forth in the, and subject to this conditions set forth in the staff report, and based on the findings set forth in the staff report.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Marta, we had 5 commissioners present for the vote, and it was unanimous. Would any of the commissioners like to explain their vote? Okay. I will. I appreciate the developer in going the extra mile in a lot of the requirements. It looks like not only did we address a lot of the concerns of the public, but they've tried to go a little bit farther. And so I think it's a good thing. So hopefully we can have more input from the community and continue to hear that and as we go forward. So. All right. Could we have the other commissioners come back in, please? Grab them. We'll move on to the legislative items that we have tonight. We have public hearing to consider and take action on request for approval of the Second Amendment to the Powder Mountain Development Agreement to update the concept area maps and to add language allowing staff and planning commission to approve minimal changes to area maps. So.
Good evening, commissioners.
Good evening. Rick, would you go ahead and explain what we're about to do here, please?
So the next 2 items are legislative items. You will be holding a public hearing on these. You will need to open and close the public hearing. You'll be making a recommendation to the county commission as you listen to the presentation. You are definitely allowed to take public comment into your decision making on this. And you'll be looking at how this development agreement, they're looking at amending both Snow Basin and Powder Mountain, how it's meeting the general plan requirements. Any questions?
All right, Steve.
Hey, commissioners. For the new commissioners, I'm Steve Burton, a planner. Nice to meet you. Look forward to getting to know you a little bit. As I go throughout my presentation, feel free to. We totally understand this kind of stuff can be a little bit complicated, and we're definitely not in a rush to approve these items, or to get your recommendations on these items. Although we do understand that the applicant has paid a fee and they do have some due process. And so as we go through this, feel free to stop me at any point, ask questions. And I may read from my staff report, but I will try to keep it as interesting as possible. So the proposal before you right now is a request from Powder Mountain. It's to amend the development agreement, the Powder Mountain Development Agreement, and the master plan. Just to give you a little bit of background, I'll just briefly go over what legislative actions have happened in the past with this proposal. So the resort, Powder Mountain Resort, was rezoned to the DRR1 zoning. That stands for Destination Recreational Resort zoning in January of 2015. And the development agreement that was associated with it was recorded also in January of 2015. There was an amendment, a first amendment to the development agreement that was done on June 26, 2019, and it was recorded just a few weeks later. This year, we have a request for the second amendment. And I'm going to go over what is being proposed. There's kind of two parts to what's being proposed. So let me just go over those with you real quick. I just want to say one thing. There's no new density being proposed with this. There's also no new unit count methods. I know last year we had Snow Basin came in and we had to look at, they proposed some changes in the way that certain units were counted. That's not being proposed in this case. So no new density, no new unit counts. Really the first part of this proposal that Powder Mountain's asking for is to amend the specific language in the development agreement contract that would allow administrative changes to be made to the specific area plans that are in the master plan. Now, if you've looked through, and I'm happy to show what the area plans look like, they're actually on a page in my staff report. If you look at just the second page, I don't know if you've got that in front of you. There's A, B, C, D, E, and F. Those are areas, development areas that have different land uses and different densities tied to them. Again, I want to repeat, the first part of the request is to allow administrative changes to those area plans to be approved by the land use authority. Land use authority could be, if it's a small subdivision, it could be the planning director. If it is a design review or a conditional use permit that's being proposed, that could be, the land use authority would be the planning commission. If it's a larger subdivision, the land use authority would be the county commission. And I'll get into a little bit of an analysis of that request. Part two is a little bit more detailed. It actually amends what I've got on the screen here, which is the master plan document that shows maps and densities. They specifically, the proposal is to amend exhibits within the master plan document. And I'm happy to walk you through those. I've got kind of a side-by-side here. I hope people on Zoom can see this, and I hope it's fairly visible on your laptops, your screens. I figured this would probably be the easiest way to show you. I will say, as this proposal came in, as staff, we don't really consider this to be really any major changes to the proposal. But we want to make sure that you understand them. So really, I guess page one is what we're looking at right now. The only change would be they're adding amendment 1 to the master plan document. This might be kind of tricky. Let's see if I have to do one page at a time. Really, and let me know if you want me to. If you don't want to look at every single page, really not every page changes. Page 2 is what we're looking at now, kind of a side-by-side comparison. And I forgot to mention, on the left is Exhibit A, which is the existing agreement. On the right of the screen is Exhibit B, which is the proposed changes. So you can see page 2 updated to reflect changes to the document content. I like Exhibit B better. It looks like it looks a little bit more organized, which I appreciate that they did that on their proposal. So changing just the index there. Looks like we're adding some individuals on page 3, just maybe some engineer names as well. See, page 4, no change. You'll see whenever there's no change, it's listed right there. No change on the existing. Lost a page. Okay, another no change on page 5. If you want, if you see anything, I'm just going to go to the next page that I know has changes. Which I believe is page 19. Okay, so right now we're on the left of the screen. We're looking at what is page 19 of the current master plan, and it is the overall land use plan. Now I'll scroll on the right side to see what the proposal is for page 19. Sorry, I was going to do this from my computer upstairs, but I heard there were some speaker issues. If I were at my computer, I could navigate a little easier. So I appreciate you bearing with me here. So 19 is where we have a change. Now I can point that out to you. So this is the overall land use plan. The developer is still proposing an overall land use plan, but areas C and D are really the only changes affected by this. You can kind of see, I'll try to circle where C and D are. Those are development areas. And as you compare them, you'll notice on the existing document, we do have roads, at least in this development area, shown, the exact location of roads. So that's a change. You'll look over on the right side, they're proposing to just take the exact location of roads out. And as staff, we're okay with that. We don't need to know the exact location of roads, and this does kind of bind Powder Mountain to that exact location of roads. As development occurs, maybe they realize they want the roads to be in different locations. We do look at road layout, as you've seen with the last couple of subdivisions. We look at that at a subdivision administrative level. So we think we can catch any major issues if there are any proposed at a subdivision level. So that, let's see, I want to make sure I capture everything in C. I think the next change really comes down to area D. And let me see if I can zoom in a little bit on both of these. I've got to make sure I zoom in the same amount. Okay. So again, we've got over on Exhibit A on the left, we've got some roads shown, and on the right in Exhibit B, they're taken out for the same reason. You can see that they are proposing what we've got a couple different colors here. We've got red, and we've got kind of a brown color. I think it actually is more of like an orange color on the actual document. We had to the file size was too large, so we had to print it and then scan it in order to send it to you, in order to get a digital copy. But you can see where they're proposing to take out some of the residential, which is that kind of that tan color, and replace it with mixed use in area D. Any questions on those changes to the area plans? We're okay with those changes. Mixed use, you can they'll still be able to plat some of their dwelling units in that mixed use area, but it doesn't tie them to just only residential, only like single family or multifamily residential in that location. Those are the changes to really the area plans in C and D. I'm going to zoom back out if I can. Okay. The next, I'm gonna read from my staff report a little bit to kind of go over some of these other changes. Let's look at page 20. You can see there's a little bit of a change here. The proposal is to actually remove page 20. Page 20 includes the overall master plan map. It's an illustrative map that shows what build out will look like, and what where the green space is. The developer, this is just staff in speaking with the developer. I'm not speaking for them, but the developer feels that all of the other remaining maps illustrate to the county what build out will look like generally. So they feel that there's really no need to hold themselves to this map at what it'll look like at build out. And that's something that, we're happy to get your thoughts on what you think. If you want to see an illustrative map that shows what the whole resort will look at build out, I'm sure they'd be willing to keep it in there.
So we have other maps. Let's just take this one out.
Yeah, there are several other maps in this document that capture what.
So why this one and not the other?
There are several others that are being taken out.
Hey, Steve, on 21 in Exhibit B, there's a key map that references back to this map. Would they propose taking that key map out? Because now that you've taken this map.
No, I'm not sure of the intent, but I am aware of them proposing to remove that key map. So yeah, if you want to look at Commissioner Johnson, what you're referring to is a key map. I think that is helpful, especially in the actual exhibit where, when I mean to say the actual exhibit, the non-scanned version, you can generally look in and zoom in and get a pretty well resolutioned image of what that'll look like. And so part of the change in getting rid of some maps is getting rid of some redundancies. There are several of the same map in here.
So why did we feel that we needed the redundancies when we put it in?
It's a good question. I think whoever reviewed that should have caught those when it was originally put in.
How old was the original?
2015.
2015, yeah.
I just want to clarify. So some of these, and I remember going through this before, so there are redundancies, but we will maintain at least one of these master plan images. Is that correct?
These green ones, these illustrative images. We
So we have the option to more or less tell them what we would like to maintain.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We're not.
Motion and the recommendation, not necessarily, what. We can say, no, we want to keep all of it, or we can say,
Right.
no, we don't want to keep this one. So
Right. I'm just asking you as you are presenting this, because there will be a variety that we're taking out as redundancies off of your recollection. Will one remain, at least one? Like one that shows what the actual master plan looks like, the build out.
The build out.
For example, page 20, which has a small one on 22. And 24. 26. Or will we be removing all of them?
No, there will be some maps that show illustrative images. They really would stay in the, like, as Commissioner Johnson pointed out, they would kind of be in the key.
Okay.
But you're happy. We're totally fine and would look to the Planning Commission if you feel that one should remain, an overall illustrative map should remain. Then we're supportive of that.
But you as staff have felt it's okay. Right now, it doesn't look like you've pushed back as staff. You felt okay that there's enough redundancy as staff that you could have it go and feel okay.
That's correct.
So can I compare this to a general plan? How does the map on page 20, the overall master plan, compare to a general plan for the valley? In other words, general plan is this is kind of what it's supposed to look like in the future. Their objection is the master plan says this is exactly what it will look like in the future. And we have to change each element, item by item, if we want to vary from the master plan. Do I understand that right?
Yeah, so a general plan does show a few things, but it shows like a future land use map is often what it will show, and which is over on the right side of the screen. That essentially is a future land use map. It tells you which land uses will be where. Yeah. General plans can contain a map of what future build out will look like. It is really tough for an entire jurisdiction to cover what that's going to look like on one map.
Right, but is there objection that it may show things that we can see we don't want to do in the future? We don't want to be held to the exact things showed on the map on page 20.
That's
so
correct.
Let's delete it.
Yes.
And then what this development agreement, what kind of a map do you have to show what's supposed to be developed?
I'm going over those right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I mean, just for the commission, I have concerns that we would take maps out that were put in 2015, not that long ago, and at all. I mean, if it's redundant, I don't know, why not? Why take it out? So there's no reason not to, there's no couple extra pages never hurt anybody. So why take it out?
Okay.
Other than there's some reason that they want it out that we might not see. And if you're telling me that they missed it in 2015, well, now they want to take it out. Maybe we're missing it now. It's my concern. So just when we're talking about maps, that's my concern.
Sure.
Moving things in here. I mean, it's my concern.
Sure. As staff, we look at this document fairly often. And when there are maps that are essentially identical to each other, I don't see a point in having multiple maps that are identical on multiple different pages. But yeah, if you feel that it's necessary to keep them in there, then we're supportive of that. But maybe what I could do just really quick is finish going over the changes on the pages. And then we can see, we can let the developer present, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. So page 19. Updated land use plan. Sorry, we went over that. Page 20 is proposed to be removed. Page 21, they're proposing to remove the illustrative background and remove the location of where future lifts, the exact location of future lifts. Page 22, proposing to remove that exhibit. Let me speak to that just a little bit here. Page 22 currently contains the mid-mountain area A slope and aerial photo map. The developer is proposing to eliminate this map because it is identical to the map on page 23. So let me just go down one page. We've got two identical maps. So that's an example where there is a redundancy, whether or not it's good or bad. Let's see, page 23. Page 23 currently contains Mid-Mountain Master Plan map and is proposed to remain, but to be renamed Concept Development Plan Area A Mid-Mountain.
So the map appears the same on 22 and 23, but the narrative is different. They're addressing different subjects.
So we're looking at a mixed use and residential. We're also looking at slopes. I believe there's an exhibit that's going to remain that addresses the slopes. Looks like that was the only part of the narrative that changes. But I can't necessarily speak to exactly why they're proposing that change. Page 23 contains the Mid-Mountain Master Plan and is proposed to remain but be renamed Concept Development Plan, which I mentioned. None of the land uses are proposed to change in this area from the previous approvals. Page 24. Sorry, I got to keep up with comparing these two. Page 24, Mid-Mountain Illustrative Plan. Which is proposed to be removed from the document altogether, similar to what we previously discussed. I can't speak to the reason on that one. I defer to the developer on that. Would it be helpful if they were here and we were up here together at the same time, kind of presenting?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rory Murphy, and I'm representing Powder Mountain with this action. Pleasure. Thank you for your time. We have no concern keeping any of the maps. That's not really the whole focus here. The focus really is that the planning office is getting very precise with where the colored pieces are and where the roads are and where the ski lifts are. And what we're asking for is just a little flexibility with that, because as we actually get to plans and engineering and surveying, the road is not exactly the way it is, and they're saying, okay, well, you're out of compliance. And so the whole purpose of this is to try to give the planning staff a little bit of flexibility regarding what we're doing. We're not changing anything. We're not asking for additional density. We're just trying to line ourselves up with the current way that the planning staff is thinking. And so again, if there's maps in there that you'd like to keep, we have no heartache doing that. That's not the point of the exercise. The point of the exercise is to give the planning staff the ability to say, okay, the road needs to be 10 feet over this way, or the ski run needs to be 30 feet over this way. And that's literally what we're talking about. But with the original master plan, it identified all the positions of the roads and the ski lifts and everything, and the ski runs and the ski lifts and everything else. And we've ended up tying their hands. So that's the purpose of this. So we're very flexible with what you guys want to see in there, but I just wanted to make sure that we understood the overall concept behind what we're doing. We're not trying to hide anything or push anything under the rug.
So Steve, question on that then. It looks like the applicant and you guys have said, hey, the illustrative maps seem to be what, at least from what I'm trying to understand from what I'm seeing, illustrative maps seem to be tying you guys back because you're pulling those from removing the illustrative maps and going more to kind of the density maps. Does that help you as planners?
No, so the illustrative maps, that doesn't necessarily, if you want to see them kept in, again, we're supportive of that, but the developer will have to come up with new illustrative maps on those very specific areas in C and D, which I can't speak for them, but sounds like they'd be willing to do.
So we're talking, when you say they'll have to come up with new ones, that's because we're changing to the non-residential to mixed use. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, in those very specific areas. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, because if this, where the bind is,
yeah. So, sure. What it comes down to is it's actually the land use maps that we refer to whenever let's say that they propose a subdivision, and maybe they propose a single family residential subdivision in a mixed use area. It doesn't really meet the intent of mixed use, and so we would probably say we can't have you do that there. We're not as concerned with the illustrative maps. That was just, I think they were trying to consolidate maps where they wanted to. But the focus is really on these land use maps with the different colors, and it's also on that language of allowing them some flexibility in either platting subdivisions, basically letting the land use authority determine that a slight change could be made in one of these areas.
So I guess the question is, do you even use illustrative, or do you just use when you're determining?
We do use illustrative. I think the primary benefit is to anybody, really maybe someone from the public who wants to know what it's going to look like at full build out. It does give the county, it helps reflect to the county as well what it's going to look like at full build out. So if the planning commission's thinking that the maps should stay, that actually makes a lot of my presentation tonight a lot more simple, because you can request that they stay. We just wanted to make sure that we went over what was changing. We also wanted to make sure we got the developer's main request, which was to amend those development areas.
Question, could this be accomplished with a text amendment somewhere in the development agreement to the effect that the map shall be interpreted as a general representation of land use.
That's what's being proposed.
Yeah, so we just do it with text and leave the maps there. It solves the problem. Is that right?
Yes, however, the developer knows, I believe the developer knows that there are some proposed changes as far as they want to plat some subdivisions that don't necessarily meet the intent of some of these development areas. And so they are actually asking for some of the development areas to change along with this. But with the understanding that in the future, they won't have to come back necessarily for a legislative amendment like they are tonight, if an administrative interpretation can be made in their favor.
So this could be done with narrative. So the maps can be interpreted as a general representation. The planning director is authorized to make small changes, whatever you ask for in here, to change land uses, so long as density is not changed.
That's correct. And
Something
so,
to that effect.
yeah, and so long as it meets the intent of the master plan.
So that could be one
Yeah.
paragraph.
Yeah.
I think the concern may stem back from the rationale you gave for eliminating maps. It's somewhat concerning when we did all this work in 2015 and we just said, well, there's a lot of redundancy, let's just take it out. And so I think that's the main concern on why we would not want to make changes like that is just, and I think that the idea is if there's we want to know what it is you're trying to accomplish. And if it's, hey, we just want to take these maps out, well, why, what is it that we don't, I know I have a hard time seeing it and I'm not that bad as far as I can see pretty good. It's pretty hard to make a decision on whether we should eliminate an entire page of something that was well thought out, put through in 2015. So I think that's, if everybody agrees, it's more something I would hesitate to say we eliminate any maps. We might I think we'd be willing to make changes or look at the changes that are requested from an individual perspective, but I don't think we really want to cut pages out. If everybody agrees.
And I believe Commissioner Burton's suggestion is exactly what we're looking for, is just to give them, because the way they're looking at it now is, wait, you're slightly outside the color here. No, you can't do that. And all we want is for someone to be able to have that ability to say, well, they're pretty much, where we had all thought it would be. And but the road's over a little bit, the edge of the subdivision's over a little bit, but nobody's proposing significant changes to the maps.
So I'm sorry, so this paragraph or whatnot that Commissioner Burton was mentioning, that would satisfy part one of the proposal. Is that correct?
Yep.
And I'm guessing that that's something that staff or the director puts forth the language on. We're not coming up with the language of.
It's in your staff report. The developer has proposed some language, and I'm happy to get into the specifics of the language if you'd like. Generally, what can happen is if you were to forward a recommendation without looking at that specific language, you would be essentially trusting staff and the county commission to come up with satisfactory language. But the developer has proposed some specific language. And if you'd like, we can read that.
I would like that, but before we do that, so part two was to amend the exhibits, which, if I'm not mistaken, what we just decided was that if we talk about language, then we can just leave the exhibits as is. So part two is kind of null and void. We're all going to talk about part one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think my one add, just to make sure with part two, is what we don't want is the applicant has to keep coming back and keep coming back. So I'm just going to ask the clarifying question there. I know we just talked about it a lot. This by leaving the maps, we're not going to make the applicant keep coming back and keep coming back because, right, we feel like part one's covers that, correct?
The intent would be that they don't have to come back for a legislative change. They don't have to have a public hearing. They do have to come back to us, and we have to review it. We've got to make sure it meets the intent of the master plan, and then it follows generally these concept plans that have been established. But we as staff understand that it's been what, 8, 9, 7 years since this happened, and development trends can change within 7 years. They can change. We saw Snow Basin come in and ask for pretty much the exact same amendment last year. Development trends change, and I think we want to understand that, and we want to be able to allow the developer to follow those changes and those trends, but we still want to hold them to what they told us they would do. So to answer your question, Commissioner Johnson, yeah, adding this paragraph to the text of the development agreement would allow that flexibility.
So does this, this a legislative item, does this go to the county commission for approval?
Yes, it does. So as a planning commission, you'd be acting as a recommending body.
Okay, thank you. So this whole thing can be solved with a paragraph.
It can be, yes, but I just want to let you know that we do have to. I did want to present to you everything the developer is asking for, and regardless of whether or not it made sense, it was what they were requesting to amend some of the maps. So,
okay.
And I will add a footnote to that, the attorneys unfortunately did look at this, so it's probably a lot more complex than it needs to be.
Now those guys, you can't.
I'm happy with the paragraph.
Okay, is there more for us?
just if you may want to, in the staff recommendation, if you go with that specific recommendation, we are recommending that you approve the changes that they've proposed, that we've gone. So if you want the maps to stay in, I would recommend that you make that its own motion and findings.
And can I ask, so before we get into the next, the public comment, can you reiterate what you are asking then, since we basically said we don't want to cut maps? Can you reiterate what it is that you would like, that you were trying to hear?
Mostly flexibility with the roads in the village area. Now that we have better surveying, better engineering, they have moved around a little bit. The ski runs specifically, the way they're set up now in the general plan, they're very precise, and those have definitely changed quite a bit. The ski lift alignment is, that gets moved around a little bit as well. And then there is one area that we currently have a single family subdivision in. And then we got this kind of odd node that says mixed use, and it makes a lot more sense to make that single family. Those are really the significant changes that we're proposing.
Steve, can you go back to the map? So we talked about this change. I think it's here on the right. I'm not quite sure. You talked about where we wanted to look at residential versus mixed use. I just want to clarify, the applicant stated that we have an odd node of mixed use and we want to go to residential. Did we mean the opposite? We have a odd node of mixed use and we want to go to all mixed use. So I think we had I think I heard different things there.
I don't know what the applicant meant. I could show you the change again if you wanted to look at that. Are you referring to C or D or both? Okay, so overlook point would be C. So the roads are being taken out of C, and then D has more red. Is more red is proposed to be over top of the the tan. But to answer your question, you asked me
So
what
the question
developer
was a
meant.
clarification there, because I heard him say we have a little section of residential or mixed use. We want to get rid of that and go more residential. Seems to be that's the opposite in this area. Looks like we want to eliminate roads, which is understandable where you're going, okay, we don't know, it might be easier to make the road one direction. It might, it might come. I think that's fair to say, hey, we're good with eliminating exactly where the road should be. We do want to address this mixed use single family. and it sounds like those are the two main things that we really want to look at. I don't think we want to look at removing a whole lot out of this. So is that accurate? What we're looking at is those two things. We want to say, hey, we want a little bit of flexibility on the maps, a little bit, right? And look at this more mixed use versus residential. Is that accurate?
Yes, Commissioner. Okay. And I'm actually trying to find this little piece and I'm having a hard time and I apologize.
Looks like it's D on that map. It looks like
it is D. And there is a little bit of I think this is what I was talking about, Steve. Is that little piece here? No. Yeah, isn't that the point right there?
Essentially, when a development comes in, we do refer to these maps and we say, what are you proposing? It's a single family. Okay, we're going to make sure we want it to be tan. Is it red? Or sorry, is it mixed use? Is it commercial? We want it to be red. What the developer's proposing is some flexibility there. It's like a slight flexibility. I mean, they can't take the whole thing over in mixed use and make it red if there was still some single family intended to be there.
So could I just do a that's it, currently and future. So currently, if you want to move your ski lift 10 feet, we've got to have a public hearing. We've got to amend the development plan. The county commission's got to look at it. Then it's got to go to the county commission to move the road or lift 10 feet. Hypothetically.
Yes, sir.
Under new proposal, a lot of these things can be worked out with the director and the staff. And then do they then go to the county commission and say, this is a final change to the development agreement, county commission, do you sign off?
That would be the natural order of things. Is we would ask the commission. We would make sure that the county commission and the planning commission are okay with the changes being proposed, but it wouldn't have to go to a legislative public hearing.
Okay, and this gives the director more ability to approve small changes. So if he approves small changes, do they have to come to planning commission and county commission?
Not if he approves them, not under the way that the proposal is written.
Okay.
It would give whoever the land use authority is the ability to make those changes, to approve those changes.
Okay.
So he could look at it and go, okay, 5 feet to the right of this isn't a problem. But you go 10 feet, this is a problem. I'm going to tell you, you got to go to the commission and review with those guys. That's
When you say go to the commission, do you mean like apply for a legislative change?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He basically can say, yeah, this is small enough, the road's a foot to the right or whatever, it doesn't make a difference. We can, that's okay. Or this needs to go to the planning commission or county commission.
And I think we've done this in other matters in my 3 years where we've given the director greater authority to approve small changes in other things. Is that correct, Director Rover?
That is correct.
So this is consistent with what we've done in the past in this kind of a situation.
And in the past, you've also said, I'm not going to make that decision. You have to bring it to them, even when it was within your bounds.
Correct. Yeah. There's language that Cortland and I are looking at. It's on page 2 of the language in the development agreement and exhibit C. And there's some language when you go over to section 3 under concept development plan that basically is that paragraph that you're talking about, Mr. Burton. So that's
Is that the reasoning for wanting to change the title on some of those pages from master plan to concept plan so that can be?
I would guess that's the case because that's referencing concept development plan.
Sorry, I'm trying to pull up that paragraph for you. If you want to read it upside down.
There we go, just a little lower. Yeah, right there.
In like the middle paragraph.
Just under 3. It gives that flexibility.
So Weaver County shall retain the right to approve or deny more specific / detailed concept development plans for areas A through F. Concept development plans shall be approved prior to or in conjunction with the first application for site plan or subdivision approval within each development area. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the developer and county acknowledge that the land use plan as provided for in Exhibit B to the agreement is conceptual in nature and may be further refined by the parties, and that that specifics regarding locations of roads, building area, and product types may be moved within the areas generally depicted as A through F. Unit density is fixed. Concept development plans for each area are expected to evolve and be presented in phases in the context of the more detailed master plan for each area. County approvals for these concept development plans will technically be handled at staff level and will not require an amendment of the CDA or land use plan. That's the proposed language to address. I think Commissioner Wampler initially asked that question as to how that flexibility is allowed.
And in the second paragraph, it needs to be conceptual in nature, hence probably the reason the title needed to be changed from master plan to conceptual.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Really, I did say there were some redundancies. I should have also just pointed out it's tightening up. In my opinion, it's tightening up the agreement a little bit in ways like that to make it clear what we're talking about, which exhibits are we talking about in this language.
So I just want to make sure I understand. With this language, do we still need to at least change that one map that shows a color change, or will this just simply let you make your incremental changes?
This language, if depending on what the land use authority, like in this case, it seems like we're all pointing at Rick, what Director Grover feels comfortable with. If he's comfortable with this language and he doesn't request that they submit a new concept plan, then they wouldn't even need to go through the legislative process like we're going to tonight to submit a new concept plan. They could submit a new one to him directly, and you, as a planning commission, may put your trust in him that he would either approve or deny what you would expect him to. But yeah, they wouldn't need to amend the map in this case.
I'm sorry. Just, I want to make sure I'm following here because we've already, I think, somewhat decided, not officially, but because there's some redundancy, we maybe don't want to do that, but then there were specific maps you wanted to change the colors of. Is this language making it so that we're not going to vote on that tonight? And then there was the third option of the changing the title to conceptual.
So remember, there's part 1 and part 2, and the developer, for whatever reason, proposed to be allowed flexibility, and also said, well, and let us, approve us a new map at the same time. It really isn't necessary to approve a new map. But they have asked and they provided that as part of their master plan, and they're asking for a new map to be approved in this case, even though with the new language, they don't necessarily need to.
Except for you have conflicting documents, one saying master plan and one saying conceptual.
Yeah, that's why we were generally supportive of changing some of the maps as they proposed.
It might be nice to, just for transparency to the public, when you have this agreement, that maybe we look at the land use map, the concept of that. If they're wanting to get rid of the roads and create more of a bubble diagram, similar to what we did with Snow Basin, then that shows representation to the public of what's actually possibly happening, as opposed to just letting the director have, free reign, which I don't particularly like. I like to have, some transparency out there to the public, and as opposed to just making that.
I agree. We should change the maps if they're going to change the maps for the bubble. The roads, those details you can make that determination as far as the director, that position.
Yeah.
But bubbles, I think, is a big thing we should address.
Yeah, I think whoever's sitting in this position, to give them that much authority, I don't know if that's a good thing, is what I'm saying. That we may want to have,
So
a combination of both.
we talk about transparency. There's so many changes that we're talking about, from what is there to what changes there to what we're really comfortable with. I don't know that. It's kind of hard to say we want to do something with this because we don't know what it is we're doing.
Right. I would almost say for you as a planning commission to hold the public hearing, get the public comments, and then we go back with the developer and, really ask them, do you really want this much detail taken out of these maps, and come back to you with the comments that we received from the public. Direction.
I know unfortunately they've had quite a few delays, but I think that's fair because it's hard for anybody to know what's going on in this. It's a lot of stuff, and we can say, hey, let's take some comments and hear what it is, that then go back and say, this is it. Does that seem fair to you?
We're as patient as you need us to be, Commissioner.
Right.
So Director Grover, do we accomplish this if we leave the maps as they are? We fix the master plan, conceptual plan conflict. We adopt this second amendment to the zoning agreement that has this paragraph 3 in it. It says these maps are conceptual in nature. They can be moved around with your approval within an area, because this says you can't move density around between areas. Each area has to have the same density, but you can change the uses within that small area. Is that a simple way to fix it?
I think it would be, but there's a few other maps that they've requested to be changed and Steve, I don't know if you feel comfortable with those at the current time.
So I was going to make that as a suggestion, Commissioner Burton, of keep the other maps in, but fix the discrepancy when it comes to what the concept development plan is, so that this language can be approved. I think that is a simpler way to do it.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable with that as long as we have that map associated with, and I'll leave the other maps in and then have this general language.
Okay, thank you.
And we're happy to if you were to move it forward, we're happy to do that, and happy to make a presentation to you, next month or whenever it is, to say, hey, this is what we took to the county commission, however you want to do that.
We like simple knowledge.
So to reiterate, that would mean leaving the maps with the mixed use change. Is that what you're saying? allowing that change into the map, adopting this language and not changing the rest of the maps? Is that what we're saying? And we would keep the one that's proposed from the, and then we'd keep everything else in, not take it out. It's a little bit easier to understand.
Chair, I have a question, I guess, maybe a suggestion. At the end of that large paragraph, that last sentence says, county approvals for these concept development plans will technically be handled at the staff level. What is the staff level? Is that defined? I don't know if it's defined somewhere else in the original agreement, but that could be a little bit vague. Maybe that should be specified as to whether that is always going to be the planning director, or whether there is some flexibility for delegation, or even bringing it to the planning commission, depending on the director's discretion, or maybe define that a little bit better. Maybe that's something the staff and the developer could discuss.
I do have some just some notes on this that I've taken, and I don't think they're visible on the public record as part of the staff report. But yeah, one of those notes would be to change that specific language to just say instead of staff at the staff level, it would say by the land use authority. That depends on what type of application is being considered. Potentially, if there's a conditional use permit being proposed in an area, you as the planning commission would be the land use authority. So yeah, our recommendation is to have that say land use authority.
We're very comfortable with that.
Okay, let's I'll entertain a motion to open the public comment section.
So moved. Public hearing.
Public hearing.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, Marta, will you monitor online? It's hard, can't see anything up here for comments. And then if anybody has any comments on this, please come forward, state your name and where you're from. Brings an interesting question with it being a mandatory comment period. How long do we, I mean, do we have to wait a while?
No, if you don't hear, no one stands up, or you don't see anything online, you can close the public hearing.
Okay, and we have to vote on that, correct?
Yes.
Give another second, maybe. Anybody online have any comments towards the Powder Mountain public hearing to consider and take action on a request for an approval of a second amendment to the Powder Mountain Development Agreement to update conceptual maps and add language to allow staff and planning commission to approve minimal changes to area maps? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Not hearing any comments, we'll go ahead and move to the I'll entertain a motion.
So would it be appropriate to table it and then come back with a finalized request after you work out these details?
I would feel more comfortable with that.
Yeah, I move to with regard to file number ZDH 2022-01, the application for the Powder Mountain Development Agreement, Second Amendment. We table this matter and allow staff to work with the developer and with council to come up with a simplified request.
Do I have a second? I'll second. So for discussion, as the applicant, my question is there anything more we can help you with as you look at this? Is there something, if you have is there some questions that you have that before we look at tabling? So maybe in the future, as you go through this, we can address that now versus later.
No, again, the whole intent was some flexibility with when we would submit subdivision plans. I finally found that little piece of color that got changed, and it was so small but that's really what prompted all this. Was we had put forth a subdivision, and planner Burton said, hey, you can't because of this. And so that's our intent right here. And I think we probably got to legalese. I don't know how to describe it, but we made it more complex than it needed to be, the request. So we're fine with tabling it, working with staff, simplifying the request, and then coming back to you when you're ready for us.
Can I make a recommendation to staff that we get this back on the agenda somewhat soon, so that we're not down the road 4 months and forgetting about it?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
With that, all in favor of the motion as
Aye.
proposed?
Aye.
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 Aye. All right, we're good. Marta, the motion carries to table at a later time when we can have the details a little more refined. So. All right. Legislative item number 2, public hearing to consider and take action on request for approval of Second Amendment to the Snow Basin Development Agreement to exempt the resort from certain provisions of the subdivision ordinance application, Snow Basin. Steve Burton.
Do you guys want to look at some more maps? I'm just kidding. We don't have to worry about maps in this case. So, commissioners, we've received a request for an amendment to the Snow Basin Development Agreement, not the master plan, just the text of the development agreement. You've probably seen in the news that there's some development being planned up at Snow Basin. A hotel, all-inclusive hotel is going to be up there, and as we've met with Snow Basin in our weekly meetings, there have been conversations of what's needed in order to subdivide. As it turns out, on the top of a mountain, it's kind of hard to get water and sewer infrastructure up there, and it takes a lot of time. And so, what the proposal is it's the developer would like to be able to subdivide property and sell it and be able to start building on property without necessarily having all of the subdivision improvements installed. There have been work session meetings with the county commissioners who have said they're comfortable with the concept, and they've said yes, apply, and we'll see what happens. But as staff, we're fairly comfortable with what's being proposed in this case as well. It is a unique situation. We certainly wouldn't want to allow something like this everywhere, to just allow any developer to be able to subdivide and then sell lots without having installed their infrastructure and without having followed the subdivision code. Now, I will point out there is a section of the Utah CLUDMA, the County Land Use Management Act, that specifically says if you do it through a development agreement and you add the language and you go through the legislative process, somebody can be exempt from certain land use regulations by the county. That's what's being proposed today. I'm just going to read from you from the staff report for you here. Snow Basin's proposing to add language to the development agreement with the county that allows subdivisions to be recorded without installing or bonding for subdivision improvements, including water, secondary water, and sewer improvements. The proposal is intended to allow Snow Basin to subdivide land while infrastructure like water and sewer lines are brought up to the resort. This option would save the resort time, as installing these improvements on the mountain can take several years. We are still working out some of the specific language of what this will say. And the intent would be, and our recommendation is that if the planning commission is comfortable with it, the planning staff and the developer and the county commissioners will work on the specific details of what that language will actually say. But I also want to say, if the planning commission feels that you'd like to be involved in the specifics of that language, I'd recommend that, similar to what you just did with Powder Mountain, that you table it so that we can get some more specific language back to you. If you'd like, let me share my screen just real quick. I want to show you what the subdivision code requires today that any developer would normally have to follow. I've got a little section here. I just did a word search. So it's D, subsection D, and I'll point out it is 106-4-1, subsection D. All required subdivision improvements shall be installed and pass inspection pursuant to 106-4-3, which is the guarantee of improvement section. Prior to issuance of any land use permit in a subdivision, this shall not apply to asphalt, chip, and seal, landscaping, street monuments, or curb, gutter, and sidewalk, as long as a sufficient financial guarantee of improvements exists or is provided as required by section 106-4-3. Again, that's the guarantee section. For the incomplete improvements, a certificate of occupancy shall not be issued until the missing improvements are installed and pass inspection. There is, I want to say, with legislative proposals, there's never an entitlement. There's no developer has an entitlement to a new zone if they're asking for one, and no developer has an entitlement to new language in a development agreement. That's why it should be, we as staff try to analyze what the public benefit is when it comes to requests, legislative requests. Snow Basin, let's see. So Snow Basin was rezoned. I'm going to speak to that a little bit. Snow Basin was rezoned in 2011 based on their recreational benefit and future residential and commercial tax benefit to the county. The current proposal may be seen as a benefit to the county as it helps the resort begin the development process that will result in the residential and commercial tax benefits. There is some benefit in getting the subdivision started as well, because we can consider things like secondary and emergency access through Old Snow Basin Road. So if they can start the development process quicker, then it does allow us to consider things like safety, like life safety. Our recommendation is that you approve the proposal as proposed. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, and I know the Snow Basin team is here.
My question, okay, if I talk, my question is, it says four-way that the improvements would need to be approved. Yeah, you've got a four-way and a C of O, but you're proposing building buildings and having them at a four-way stage before the improvements are at the site.
So,
because my big concern about that is it's a life safety issue. You going vertical, I'm assuming you're going to be doing some wood construction up there. If you didn't have water infrastructure in place to extinguish a fire, that's a big concern of mine.
Yeah, I will mention before this meeting, the developer did politely request that if the planning commission would like to get into the specifics of that timing, which I think is reasonable for you to do, that you table it rather than open up the discussion so that we can bring it back to you with a more detailed plan.
What do you mean by that?
About the specific language of the development agreement, of what the text will say.
Help you guys write the text.
Yeah,
okay.
But do so and I would suggest tabling it so that we can come up with something more specific that the county and Snow Basin and even the planning commission would be comfortable with. we're not quite there. And again, our normal process would have been let the staff and the county commissioners figure out those details. But if the planning commission wants to be involved in that is totally reasonable. But we suggest that you table it.
What do you mean by we're not quite there? So this was delayed like 2 months.
The specific language of what the code will say of four-way inspection or when the infrastructure needs to be installed, that hasn't been agreed upon yet. We're not talking about 4 months. This was submitted on July 1st. Okay. So we're talking about a month.
The applicant like to say anything?
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you. And thanks for your stamina this evening. I'm Jim Hill. I'm Vice President of Development with Grand America Hotels and Resorts. I have with me Steve Isowitz with East West Partners, who we've engaged to help us.
Could you do me a favor
Yeah.
and speak into the microphone? I know
Closer.
it's hard for taller guys, but it's
Is this better?
yeah,
Thank
we got
you.
people in the back, a hard time hearing.
Thank you. Let me maybe just go to the why to put it in slightly different terms than Steve did. So the big picture here is, at this stage, we don't have any lodging at Snow Basin. And so there's significant infrastructure that's needed to put in, like the first pillow. It includes a sewer connection to Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District. We're working on water currently. We need an electrical substation. We need a fire station. So it's quite a significant investment to put the first pillow in. We're trying to be prudent and not launch that infrastructure until we have a first user of the land, so that we don't get out over our skis having invested in too much infrastructure. And so we've been working very closely with Club Med. I think that's been quite public. What we're anticipating here is wanting to be able to subdivide the land so we can sell the site to Club Med. They are very aware of, all of these, excuse me, challenges with the infrastructure. So that we can proceed, subdivide, and then the notion is we would be building simultaneous with the hotel. The hotel's anticipated to take two to 2+ years to construct. Most of the infrastructure, we figure, will be about a 1 year, time frame. These are simplifications, but that's kind of the big picture and why we're making the request. So
is this for one? This is just for the hotel, or is this for
it's really to get the first user in. We anticipate at this point it'll be the Club Med. It's possible East West is also designing some product. It's possible that they might, be ready before Club Med is, but whoever goes vertical first and puts in the first bed will need to deliver significant infrastructure for it. Once we've done that, then it's in, or at least most of it's in. So it's really for a first user is the headline.
So this infrastructure you're going to put in, it follows a master plan, I'm assuming, so that way you're not having to do this again. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you're going to size the pipe. You would size it correct.
Yeah.
For the whole.
Yes, I mean, there are multiple layers to that, but the broad answer is yes.
So the current process is put in all the infrastructure and then you can get a building permit and start building. So we're talking years.
Current process.
The current-
If we weren't amending anything.
That's right. So what you're saying is, let us start building everything at once.
So, yeah, current process would be us putting in these major infrastructure improvements without the ability to sell land and to a first user to see if we, if we have someone to use the infrastructure.
Okay.
And the time involved to get it done and delivered, and and then you would be able to subdivide, and that that's maybe a couple years down the road.
But the only way you get occupancy is if all this infrastructure
Correct.
is in before the first guy can
Exactly.
occupy a
No,
bed.
no certificate of occupancy.
Yeah.
Until
this-
all the infrastructure.
All this vertical construction you're going to do is at your risk.
It'll be at the risk of whoever goes
Whoever-
vertical first, in this case, likely Club Med.
Yeah.
And so that's why we're coordinating very carefully with them. They would have a very large investment, riding on us delivering the infrastructure. So we're
Yeah. So complex,
yeah.
a little bit of Las Vegas in here.
Let's not
Okay.
bring that into the into this.
Okay. But in the event you can't provide the infrastructure for whatever reason, county's not on the hook. It's all at Snow Basin's risk, the seller to the
Yeah,
developer.
I mean, I think it's, as a regulator, I think really you're trying to protect land purchasers. So really trying to protect Club Med in this case, or whoever the first one in is. They're extremely eyes wide open about what the situation is. They want to proceed, they want to buy land, and they want to be the first ones in the pool.
So is this, if this request is approved, does this show up as an agreement that goes of record? So a purchaser would take with knowledge?
Yeah, it would be part of the recorded development agreement if this was approved.
Okay.
What kind of standard does that set? We've got other developers who want to do the same thing.
This is definitely not a practice that the county wants to get into. We're doing this because of the relationship that we've had with Snow Basin. We are a little concerned on the county side because we don't want to end up with a vacant building or a hotel similar to up at Powder Mountain. That big concrete footing and foundation that's there. So there's some risk involved. We could have something in there that in the agreement that, if things do not work out, that they need to remove. There needs to be a removal of demolition.
What, put escrow in or something? Or not escrow, is it a bond
A
for that?
bond
Yeah.
for that. There's different ways we could approach this, but those are some concerns that the county has when we look at this. But at the same time, we're respecting Snow Basin and the relationship that we've have with them, and we're trying to be creative, but are we being too creative?
So why not ask Club Med, why not just enter an agreement with them that they start building, you'll start building? Or
We are entering into such an agreement. I mean, we have a purchase and sale agreement. As you can appreciate, this is it's a complex kind of chicken and an egg. And there are significant, very significant.
who goes first? Yeah.
Financial obligations on both sides involved, and it's a little bit of a dance. So
Okay, I've got a question on the last two sentences under analysis in the staff report. And I don't understand if this is kind of a quid pro quo. During the development process, the need for development of Old Snow Basin roads and emergency egress will be considered. The resort will likely be responsible for improving a portion of Old Snow Basin Road. An improvement, this sentence I have a question on. An improvement to Old Snow Basin Road would be a public safety benefit to the county if the resort can begin the subdivision process earlier. So is this a condition?
No, I'm just pointing out a benefit in allowing this is that road and some improvement to that road will happen sooner if they can plat their lots sooner. That's all I'm saying in that report.
Okay. All right. Because likely whenever they plat it, sooner or later, they'll be required to have the secondary access improved.
Yes, yep, a portion of it.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Maybe that way. It seems like the major investment's the sewer, right?
Yeah.
Hi. Steve Switz with East West Partners. I'd like to address two things. So we are in the process already of putting, getting all our plans drawn up for things like the fire district, where the roads will go. We've been drilling for water. So lots of things are happening. We've also been working with Mountain Green Sewer Improvement District. To your point, that's sort of the biggest one. We have to go 3.5 miles down the road to connect. And we're working with them on an annexation process. So there's a lot of legal things and stuff that has to happen before we can actually start building. And so our goal was when we started speaking to staff about this, probably January, February, we were trying to figure out how do we make this work and be really efficient and be very practical and trying to eliminate some risk financially. And then we brought it to commission, county commission 2 months ago, roughly. That sound right? And so this was a way to think of how to move it forward. And Commissioner Torman, your question about fire. So we do already have water to the site. It's not going to be the culinary water that supplies the whole hotel, but it is going to be sufficient for fire purposes. And we will go through the whole process to have the district review the fire suppression plan and everything else that goes with that. So all the balls are kind of in the air and moving along. It's just a matter of the timing. And so if you can appreciate, trying to get a very large, catalyst level project to come in like a hotel, there's certain things that they would like before they close on the property. One is being able to take title to the property, which we need to be able to subdivide the property. So that's really our focus, is being able to subdivide the property and have the infrastructure requirements being built as Club Med then is able to move their plans forward and start their construction project as well. We anticipate that we'd probably have the connection roughly a year before the hotel's built, but we also don't want to focus on that timing right now, because if, Mountain Green gets a little bit delayed and we're 2 months behind, does the Club Med project stop in the middle? Like, nobody wants to see that. So we're just trying to be really thoughtful about the timing of all this.
I mean, I'm sure you've thought of this, but why not look at some kind of, hey, instead of, because we make a blanket approval for you guys to be able to do this, which, I know you guys do beautiful projects and things, you try and do really the right thing. You don't want a big empty building up there anyway. Why not add on to your current sewer system that you have and say, we're going to build this one building, and with hopes that we're going to finish this too, so that we can get approval to make that subdivision by just adding on to the current capacity that you've got. Why not that? Why not come before us and say, hey, this is the proposal to do this with just this one area? Instead, we're kind of saying the entire area we want to be able to build and not have
the existing infrastructure for the sewer is not large enough to support something of the hotel size. So that's just not feasible.
There are a few elements of the infrastructure where that approach sort of works. For example, the electrical substation can accept more juice through it, enough for the hotel. So there's kind of a plan A and a plan B. Similarly with water, we already have enough water resources that we can supply it, but we're drilling for more. So we kind of have a plan A and a plan B with water as well. Things we don't have, we don't have a fire station up there yet, and the sewer would be probably the biggest, challenging piece. So.
Director Grover, I think the question I still come back to is, we know what Grand America, and we know, who they are and the opportunities for bonding, but, you made the comment of, we have a great relationship with them. How do you make that unbiased, right? How do you say, oh, I just didn't like that developer, so we're not going to do this? How do are we setting ourselves up for, I see a lot of big project that pull infrastructure in first. I'm not saying that's what we should do. I'm just saying that, how do you regulate that?
So the county commission asked us to look at ways in which we could possibly accommodate for this. And so that's what we're doing, is looking at that somewhat creatively. This is not something that the county commission wants to set a precedence with. They are concerned about this, but they want to be able to find some way to possibly help. And so I don't know if that fully answers your question, but it's such a
I think
different situation than what we typically deal with, and the only way that we could do this without amending our ordinance is like Steve has indicated, through the development agreement. And so
I think,
that's what we're looking at.
I think my question is we're asking smaller developers to take on this financial risk, and we're hoping, and I get the financial backing, I understand that, and it's still a big, large financial commitment from this developer. I understand that, but we're asking people that may not have the same, it's still sizable, right, project, and we're asking other developers, hey, we're not gonna do that for you, we'll do it for them. I'm not saying I'm for or against. What I'm just trying to say is, how do you weigh that? That's what I'm saying for other developers.
Yeah.
No, I know the question wasn't directed to me, but we did have this, we have had this conversation quite a bit. We get requests from developers all the time. Hey, just maybe they'll go to the commissioners. Hey, let me just plat this lot, or let me get building permits. I promise I'll have the infrastructure. And we say, no, we can't do that. We can't allow you to do it. Our codes don't allow it. We had the same conversation that you're asking right now with the county commission, and the discussion was, Snow Basin, a resort like this, provides a lot more of a public benefit, recreationally and economically than any residential subdivision that's been proposed. And so that's why during the work session they were so willing to say, yeah, we'd be comfortable with you proposing this.
They did that at Powder Mountain, and there's a big giant concrete block up there, right?
So we believe we've got ways we can require reclamation bonds, and these were some of the specifics that I was referring to that we would get into. Normally we would get into that after planning commission, before we take it to the county commission. We're happy to include you on that conversation at another meeting perhaps, but there are ways to make sure that what happened at Powder Mountain doesn't happen here. Specifically, you can require a reclamation bond and some type of phasing.
So it's getting rather late. I'd like to, we should take public comment. I'm sure a lot of you came here if you have that. So let's go ahead and do that. We're probably going to push the work sessions to another time. So if you were waiting for that, I apologize. Keep you, but we're just for time purposes, we're going to push that, but we'll go ahead and I'll obtain a motion to open to public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there any public comments, questions? Please.
And Jen Fulmer, Eden, this is for comments for items not on the agenda, correct?
This is for item 4.2.
For Snow Basin?
For Snow
No,
Basin.
sorry.
Okay. Seeing no comment, public comment, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Taken. Favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any questions or comments for the applicant or for Steve from the commissioners?
Just so I understand, normal process would be bonding for the improvements, and then you could go ahead and subdivide. Is that right?
They would have to put up the financial guarantee for that, or they could choose to install that before they subdivide, if they didn't want to put up the escrow for it.
Okay, and the reason for this request is, I suppose bonding would be very expensive?
Correct.
Everything's expensive now.
Do we have any history of having approved something like this outside of the Powder Mountain?
Not that I'm aware of, but Sean, are you aware of anything?
Please state your name.
Sean Wilkinson, Weaver County Community Development Director. Thank you, Commissioners. In response to a lot of these questions, I will echo what Steve said. The county commissioners have to discuss this. They are supportive of doing it in this case. Now, when we say that if they put up an escrow that they could start building, that is incorrect. Because in order to build, according to our code, in order to build a structure, the infrastructure has to be in place. Water and sewer have to be available on that site already. So just putting up an escrow is not enough to start building. It is enough to subdivide and report a plat, but not to start building a structure. So I just wanted that to be clear. According to the current code, that's why this amendment is being requested.
Looking at the staff report, page 1, the bottom line, 2 words for commercial tax benefits. That is what distinguishes this maybe from a standard subdivision. That this has significant commercial tax benefit potential to the county. The sooner those benefits are flowing, the better off the county is. That's what staff is telling us is a reason that we ought to do this. And that also illustrates a distinguishing feature from the typical subdivision. Is that correct?
Yes.
I guess I have a little heartburn. We've known for years that Snow Basin should have done something like this, and now we're trying to rush it through when they could have started years ago. I mean, kind of go, well, I mean, if that's what they want to do, but it makes it feel like it sets a bad precedence.
So, Steve, what you're saying and what you're recommending, so I can clarify, you're asking that staff and commission work this out and go to county commission. Is that what you're?
We realize that we're going to need to work out the very specifics of the language that say when we do need infrastructure installed. And our thought is we're happy to work that out between staff and the developer and the county commissioners. But I will say if the planning commission wants to be involved in that conversation, that's totally reasonable, and we're happy to include you and get your thoughts on that. But yes, Commissioner Johnson, the normal process would be send it through the county commission, and we'll work out all of the kinks so that the county commissioners are happy with the proposal. And I guess essentially Snow Basin would have to be happy with that too.
So to follow the value, you feel like there's value in letting staff and commission, because obviously that's a recommendation, is to have us approve, and so you guys can work that with the commission. Because I'm trying to understand pulling planning commission back. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to understand, to be able to provide some sort of.
Right, and essentially, if the planning commission trusts staff and the county commission enough to be able to figure out what those fine details are, when exactly infrastructure does need to be installed, then yes, you could forward a positive recommendation on so that this moves through the system, through our legislative process. The next step would be to go to the county commission once we have the exact wording written out.
And you say there is some kind of, something can be put in place to avoid a problem that exists at Powder Mountain now.
Absolutely.
So that could be a condition of approval from the planning commission.
So we have to be careful when you can't do conditional development agreements, conditional rezones. We have to make sure that Snow Basin is comfortable with that, with whatever that specific language is. So I wouldn't necessarily move it forward with conditions.
A recommendation to staff that that be addressed.
I think that's appropriate.
I know we talked about precedents. Rick, I know in a past life, you worked in another busy area. Is there any precedents for this?
Not when
Other than outside this county?
Not when you're dealing with a development agreement. You can choose to work those things out between the developer and the municipality. It's between both of those. Just because you agreed to do that in one development agreement, it's a legislative action. It doesn't mean you have to do it in the next one.
What is, the agreement was considered by the legislative body in conformance with chapter 1026 of the land use code. What was that? Is that the meeting with the planning, with the county commission?
You're referring to the finding?
The staff recommendation.
That's a finding.
Number three.
Yeah, so that's not a condition. I just want to make sure you understand that's a finding.
Yeah.
That you, as you're technically part of the legislative process, that you considered it in accordance with the requirements of the county code to consider legislative items.
So it would be rather than was. Was is the past tense. So what was the meeting with the county commission about in a
No,
work session?
This finding is specifically referring to this meeting and the conversation that it had as a legislative item. It has to come before you to get a recommendation. So this finding is not referring to any previous meetings.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move that the planning commission follow the staff recommendation in forwarding a positive recommendation to the county commission regarding CDA 2022-03. So that the staff and the county commission can work on the details of the amendment to the development agreement. Based on the finding that there is benefit to the county as it helps the resort begin the development process that will result in the residential and commercial tax benefits being accelerated. And also the public safety can be enhanced if the Old Snow Basin Road is brought up to a higher standard sooner rather than later. And the staff is encouraged to work with the developer to the effect that the problems we've discussed regarding the Powder Mountain concrete building can be somehow mitigated in the future.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
I would oppose as well. And would anybody like to explain their?
I'll explain my vote. My vote is to move forward with their development, but language needs to be worked out for sure. I get that, but we tend to bog down on things sometimes that are going to go forward likely anyways, and so my vote is to just push it forward and let the staff, Weaver County staff, figure out the details of it.
Yeah, I'd like to explain my vote because I feel the same. I feel like it feels like it's going to go forward. Commissioners want this to happen. And are we going to slow this down and cost more time and money? And not that it's about that. It needs to be about bigger things than that. But it just feels like we put the trust in staff and the county commission to work that out. I voted.
Explanation on mine. The fire department, for example, I have stipulations on letting a building go vertical anyways. So if there's some safety related, like a fire suppression of a building that's wood constructed, they're not going to allow that to happen without sufficient water resources to extinguish a fire for life and safety project being built.
And I'd like to explain my motion and vote. I think the bottom line for me is it's kind of there's the four-way inspection at the end. Nobody's going to occupy this. It can't be used unless all this infrastructure is in place. And I can see that infrastructure is going to take a long time. Let's get the benefits flowing to the community, to the county, without kind of an artificial thing in this sense. No, it has to follow a sequence, and the sequence is going to push things out a few years. And these things cost a whole lot of money, and I'd rather see that money be used for the quality kind of development we see at Snow Basin now, rather than going to banks for interest or whatever else. That's a great benefit to the county, to the community, having Snow Basin there. And I think that this development can be easily distinguished from your typical subdivision in the benefit it provides to the county. So I'd like to see it, everything we can do, well, not everything we can do. I'd like to see us facilitate things moving more rapidly, as long as the developer understands you can't use these things until the improvements are in place.
Well, I was a no until we figured out, or we recommended that we put in place that there will be a remedy if it doesn't work out. And they have to reclaim it, put it back the way it was, and it's all going to be on their. So that's why I voted.
I'll explain mine. My concerns are that it sets a bad precedence. There's always benefits for development. There's good developments everywhere. We've got good people doing good things. We've got, some not doing as good of things, but and Snow Basin does a great job. There's no question. It seems like they have great plans, but we have a process for a reason. And I think that it needs to be followed. And there's always been the opportunity to start building a pipeline or upsizing your infrastructure for 20 years, since and that hasn't happened, but now all of a sudden we have to hurry. I think is, you're trying to jump over hurdles that, or jump over the right thing, the way to do it. And I don't think that that's setting a good precedence for all of the rest of the developers, and it's not the right thing for everybody. And I think that puts us in a rough position to say, well, they did it, and they got development, and I should get to too. And I think it's a fair argument, and so it's hard to say no to everyone when we're doing it. And so that's why I don't think that it's a good idea, especially as proposed. I think that It should, if we're going to talk about one specific thing, it should be one specific building, you know, one hotel, one reason, not they were going to let you do selling in the whole zone. That's it's a whole nother animal where it's harder than just saying, hey, for this one particular deal, we're looking at it, not our whole zone, our whole area, so that we can try and keep up with the resort that's going in across the side of the highway. It's a little bit harder for me to swallow. That's just why I said no. So Martha, we have 5 no's and 2 no's and 5 yeses. Would you like to explain your vote?
Yes, please. So similarly, a big part of it for me is precedent. I agree with a lot of what you just said, but also in addition, there are things that we're going to have to vote on, or, you know, that we are voting on, that whether we want to or whether the community at large wants it, the fact that it meets our code or our policies or our regulations, we must approve. And now we're being asked to approve something that doesn't meet our code, our policy, our ordinances, our things. And I think that that's an easy say of no.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to public comment for items not on the agenda. I'll ask that we make this quick because we're supposed to end at 8:30. So, all right. It's like Jan has a comment. Jan, is that okay? Or Miss Fulmer, what would you prefer?
All right, my name is Jan Fulmer. I live in Eden, Utah. I just wanted to bring up a few things. I talked about this at one of your previous meetings, and I'm giving you updates and other things to consider as you move forward. But first, thank all of you for all of your work. You volunteer your time, and this is one heck of a lot of work you're doing. It really is. And I will acknowledge that, and I know a lot of other people will. First of all, for short-term rentals, I've been working with Iris Hennon, who is our county enforcement officer. I have been given Iris updates to the spreadsheets when I find more units and verify, by Jove, these are short-term rental units. Iris also indicated that if you have a short-term rental unit that has a lockout unit, you need 2 separate licenses. So I've updated that. She sent me a list of the addresses via a grammar request of where they have issued licenses. Right now, we are up to 1,089 dwelling units in Ogden Valley alone that are allowed to do short-term rentals. And I guarantee you, the majority of them are actively doing it. However, there are only 40 short-term rental licenses issued. 39 of those are in Ogden Valley. All right. You can read the details in what I just gave you. The other thing I would like to bring to your attention was a lot of people were paying attention to the 2 presentations on the water study and the sewer study. There were 2 distinct statements that I noted in the presentations that were given to the commissioners versus what was presented to the public. Number one, in what was presented to the commissioners in the initial presentation given to them, it specifically stated the recommendation, the bottom line, drilling new wells is not recommended. But the other thing that really struck me as being unusual is there was something that was omitted from the public presentation that was given to the commissioners. And that was the statement, if the county does not wish to actively lead the efforts to secure more water, then significantly limit approval of additional development in Ogden Valley. That is one heck of a statement, but it was taken out of the public presentation. The majority of Ogden Valley is unincorporated. We come under the jurisdiction of the 3 county commissioners. If nobody is going to take the lead in resolving this, who is going to do it? And are we just going to keep on approving development? This makes no sense whatsoever. Okay, just please think about that. And by the way, these consultants were paid money to do this. I'm assuming some of our tax money went to pay for it. So please, we've got to pay attention to this and maybe plan. Plan is a good 4-letter word. The other thing is, I wanted to talk about the transfer of development rights. In the Ogden Valley General Plan, the intention of transfer development rights, TDRs, was to take development rights from large parcels on the valley floor and transfer it to development areas. That gave the people that own these large parcels compensation money for giving up their development rights. But what has been happening is, in the case of the Basin Project, which is where they were putting, I don't know how many 8-bedroom homes on 5 acres where Old Snow Basin Road meets SR 39, that was zoned as commercial. So they wanted to transfer those development rights over to another development area. I don't know if that has been finalized, but that was not the intention of transfer of development rights in the Ogden Valley General Plan. So can you please keep that in the back of your mind when this does come up? There's also ordinances, 2 ordinances that contain bonus development units. Please understand, bonus development units were never brought up in the 18 months of public meetings we had to develop the Ogden Valley General Plan. Bonus development units were added strictly by the commissioners with no input from Ogden Valley as an amendment to that plan. There are 2 ordinances. One is the form-based village ordinance, and the other one is the master plan development overlay zone. Both of them have bonus development units specified, and I'm going to tell you, it's really willy-nilly. Who determines how many? How will it be decided? Sorry, it's just not right. The other thing is, if a new modified, or if a new county ordinance or a modified county ordinance comes up for your review, can you please ask the question, is this ordinance enforceable? If it's not enforceable, it's not an ordinance and it should not be passed. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other public comments? All right, any remarks from the planning commissioners? All right, Rick, I know you have at least one thing that you need to talk to us about.
There's a hand up there for public.
Oh, looks like we do. I didn't catch that. All right, L. Irvin, have a comment for us? You there, L. Irvin? All right, well, Rick, why don't you tell us a little bit about the water study?
Yeah, so dealing with the water study, the commission is very concerned about some of the questions that the public has been sending emails on. They want to make sure that the discussion is had between you and them, and also have the public being able to attend. So what they have done, and we talked about this in the pre-meeting, is setting up the date of a regular meeting on the 23rd to have a joint meeting with the commission and you, but it would be starting at 3:30. And the reason for, and we also want to invite Scott Paxman from Weber Basin Water Conservancy District there, so he can explain some of the concerns that the public's having. Jen mentioned a few of those, and some clarification on that. So, and we talked about this before, that time works for you guys, it works for the commission, so we will get that posted and get that out there. And what we'd like to do, because we're going to have a lot of items on this agenda, so we're going to take that first hour to talk about those things from 3:30 to 4:30. And we'll provide some dinner there for you as well. And then from 4:30 on, we'll jump into the regular items on the agenda so we can catch up on a lot of those things. So that's something that we want out there. We want the public to be aware of that. It will be here in this building, this same location for that. And the next thing I just want to make a comment on is I really appreciate that last item and the deliberation you had on that. I think it's very good to agree to disagree. And I like the thought that you put into that motion, even though it may have went a different way than some people wanted and went a way that other people wanted. And so, but I appreciate you discussing and explaining your yes and your no votes on that. I thought that was very helpful and very transparent to the public. Also, had another note. Just a reminder on the 23rd too, at the beginning of that meeting, at 4:30 after we have the presentation from the water study, we're going to be doing an honor for Jack Howell, who passed away. He was our planning commissioner, and so we'll have his family will be coming, and so we want to make time for that and to give ample deliberation. So as we do that water study, just remember to make sure that we try to be as precise and on point as possible on that. And then on a sad note, Scott Perks is leaving the Weber County Planning Division, and we just want to thank him for all the time that he's put in. This will be his last meeting with us, but he's going to be missed, but we wish him all the best in North Logan. So he's going to be the community development director there. So we're excited for him and wish him the best. Congratulations. That's all I have.
All right. So questions about the water study, we'll look at on that meeting. So we'll try and go over those. L. Irvin, looks like you're back. You want to try one more time? All right, we'll go to Cortland.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll adjourn the meeting.
Just too quiet.